we're back live from the Las Vegas Open. We came to you this morning with Mr. Jamie McWilliams for a little pregame, and now I'm joined by Kendall Miles, who will be with us all day calling the action from the finals. As Jamie mentioned this morning, we will have 2 rounds of the first round of the finals. There were too many bowlers to fit in the South Point Bowling Plaza for the first round. So we have the Open and the women's division sitting out this round, and they'll all be back. And I think the juniors, too. They'll all be back in next round. But let's take a look at the bowlers who are practicing in front of us. Kendall, I think you have a list of some of the names that of the bowlers we're going to be watching.
We do. Yes, good morning, everybody. So coming from your first on lane 45, from Carroll, Iowa, we have Dave Dentlinger, and I apologize if I butchered these last names. And then we also have from Phoenix, Arizona, Matt Jones. From Scottsdale, letter E, Scottsdale, Arizona, Rob Fiershad. And then on lane 46, we have Carly Medina from Bakersfield, California. And then our very own Utah, Clay Reese, also on lane 46 as well. Moving over to lane 47, Tony Giosby, Anthony Dodge, Eric Hatchett, Joshua Molly, and Dylan Taylor. Moving over to lane 49, Jaden Miller, Ryan Powers, Ricardo Lequina, Aaron Yamato, and Michael Curtis. And then for our final live stream pair, we have lane 51 with Tim Smith, Will Wilson, Alex Quileto, Mimo Rosales, and Jacob Francis.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so you'll only be able to see a little bit of 51. It's mostly 47 through 50. And then tonight, the grand finals, well, it's not really tonight. It'll be about 2 o'clock Pacific time. The main finals will be on 47 and 48. So all day long, you'll be watching these pairs. We'll be watching bowlers come in and out of them. Now, the way the finals work are each pair, the lowest 1 or 2 bowlers, depending on how many they have on a pair, will be eliminated.
Yep.
So you have to just be one of the highest bowlers on the pair, and then you move on to the next round.
Yeah, and that's another big thing about that. Again, about this tournament, it's all fair for everybody. It's scores do a race as well, and like Blair said, it's all on your pair. So that's what makes it fun. That's a competitive aspect. You know, it's your pair could be high, could be 205, or the next pair over could be 255. You just never know, and that adds to the element of this tournament.
Absolutely. So we've got about 5 minutes left in practice. And then we'll be off. So thank you all for joining us this morning. Happy Labor Day. Ruski says South Point. He's bowled many tournaments and matches there in high school. You must be local to Las Vegas. It's pretty cool to have a high school match in South Point Bowling Plaza. Got Adam coming in from New York. Good morning. Mr. Clifford Barnes. Hi, Cliff. How's it going? Cliff, he is the owner of Cool Wick, who's a great sponsor of the TAT tournaments.
Spent a few days out here with us, working the tournament as well.
Yep. So, Cliff, thank you and your team for taking care of the bowlers. And I think we'll see a lot of Cool Wick jerseys out there today. The dress code for today is, dress pants for men and a nice jersey. Mm-hmm. Name optional, but you do see a lot of bowlers choosing to put their name on the back.
I'll tell you what, Blair, I've been bowling for a few years now, and I haven't had a jersey that I felt better wearing than a Cool Wick jersey.
Totally.
The designs are almost endless. I feel really good wearing it, and it is just a really, really good product. So it's really cool for them to be able to sponsor this event and have these bowlers looking so stylish out here, man. They do a great job.
Yeah, and Cliff is in it more than just the apparel. He wants to support bowling and connect bowlers with the community. So when you purchase a Cool Wick jersey, you know that you're just becoming more connected with the bowling community. So they support a lot of events and tournaments throughout the year. So be sure to support him back.
3 minutes into practice now. We're wrapping up here in a bit. I want to say, Blair, we can see some pretty good talent here on the pairs in front of us. I think we have some bowlers still with being their first tap making the cut. And then some bowlers. We got um, Andrew Anderson's brother, Matt Anderson, bowling one of his many tats for the year. So, again, we've got experience all over the board. Eric Hatchett as well, lane 47, great player with bowled mini tat. So, again, all over the board. We've got players from Oregon, Michigan, California, Texas, local from Nevada. Like I said, we've got it all over the board. So, again, we Ed mentioned this morning during the announcement they doubled their entries from their last Las Vegas Open, which
100%.
which is not a surprise at all. Jamie and his team do a fantastic job. Um, but yeah, they doubled their entries from last year on a Labor Day weekend in Vegas. So again, like we've been saying all week, guys, get out here next year, plan it out, get the family, come bowl. Jamie's doubling his entries every year, growing and growing and growing. So you don't want to miss out. Don't you want to be a part of it and get a chance to win some of that cash.
Yeah, so the Las Vegas Open is a tournament that's part of the True Amateur Tournaments of events. Now, this event has an open division, so you will see some pros bowling only in that division. So if you come out and you're an amateur, there's a whole list of rules that designate how each division is made, and you can check that out on trueamateurtournaments.com. And the February and July tournaments are truly only amateurs can bowl those.
Yep.
So this is the only tournament that you might see a pro bowling, or you might see someone with an eagle, or you might see someone that has made a TV show and now they're out here bowling.
And to piggyback off of that, in our summer tat has a progressive pot. So
this has a progressive pot too.
This one has a progressive
Yep,
pot as well.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep. So they all have, most of the time they'll have progressive pots, and the progressive stays only in those tournaments. So this progressive is up to, I think Jamie said today, 6,000 or 7,000. So you can win if you're in that portion, like you just pay in to be in the progressive. If you make the finals, you are guaranteed 15,000, but you could win an additional 6,000 or 7,000 on top of that.
I believe it's only a $10 entry fee. So again, you can win an additional 5,000 to 6,000 with another $10. And I like my odds there, Blair.
Totally.
I like my odds. So we got under a minute here, wrapping up practice. And again, this is the fun part of the tournament, guys. We've got one game, move on. One game, move on. This is where it counts. Everybody's been working hard, trying to get to this qualification time. Pattern's been changing. Pattern's been tough. Again, Jamie picked a big one, a tough one, excuse me. And we're in for a fun show today.
100%.
Not to mention, we're in one of bowling's mecca, South Point Bowling Plaza. So there's no better place to be spending our Labor Day. I hope everybody's having a great day thus far. We got food on the grill. Spend some time with your family, enjoying maybe a day off, and tuning in with us and joining us for the stream today. So make sure we have some fun with you.
For sure. All right, you see those lanes turning black. Now the stress comes on. Practice is over. Now we'll see what happens.
Yep. This is the part I love watching Blair. Is, Alex, we mentioned before, brings a group of guys from Mexico, and they support each other so heavily and so well, and they tend to get loud, and it's so much fun. I just love it, it's so cool to see those guys supporting each other. I'm looking forward to seeing that again.
100%.
We have past TAT champion, or our last TAT, Andrew Halverson on lane 57-58.
Kendall, they can't see that.
I am. I'm just mentioning it.
we only can see 47 to 52, but we will have bowlers all day coming in. We'll share some of the bowlers that have made the finals.
Right.
But yeah. Andrew did. He normally you can't bowl the tat directly after the tat that you win. So Andrew chose to come out. He won in July, and he chose to come back and try his hand at the Las Vegas Open, which is pretty awesome.
Yep. All right, stepping up on lane 50, we have Aaron Yamato from Phoenix, Arizona, getting us started here. All right, not bad. 4-pin.
So I think the bowlers are bowling on a 40-foot pattern, right?
Yep.
That's what we said, it's in the range. So now you'll see how they've decided to attack the pattern for the finals, right? They bowled a couple qualifying rounds, maybe one, and they qualified in. Maybe they entered another one to get a little feel for, if you qualify on the burn, you still might want to bowl a fresh because you'll be bowling on the fresh for the finals. So you kind of want to see it all. But you'll see a lot of, I think we've heard a lot of bowlers choosing to throw some urethane.
Yep.
I've also heard some bigger balls. It looks like most people today, though, are choosing to stay to the right. That's what I'm seeing majority.
No, I agree, Blair. I think the middle of the lane is pretty flat. For some of the bowling nerds out there, there's a bit of shape in the pattern around 7, 8, 9. So I think bowlers are trying to stay around there. And as you get left of 10, it does get quite flat in the middle. So early on, yeah, you definitely want to avoid that flatter part of the lane. And urethane does tend to help with that. So great shot by Ryan Powers in lane 49. Yes, you want to stay away from that flat part. To avoid any mistakes. So at this point, you're trying to keep the ball in play, not really make too many mistakes. They are bowling against each other, so you don't want to give your opponent too much of a leg up by missing spares or making mistakes. So yeah, just trying to keep the ball in play here. Playing further to the right, as you mentioned, and urethane does help you do that quite a bit.
Yeah, so we have a question from Ruski. He wants to know, would it make sense to start with a weaker ball for tournaments like these? I think it depends on how you play the patterns.
Yeah.
Like Kendall might choose to use something weaker, but a bowler that, like myself, that plays more straighter, or like some of the ladies I think that you'll see today, they're probably going to start with something with a little surface and try to burn a spot. But there is a lot of friction out there.
Yeah.
So I think it just depends on your style of play, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree, Blair. That's the beauty of 40 feet. It's multiple angles, multiple ways to attack it. Whether you're a straight player, whether you hook it, whether you throw urethane, that's the beauty of a medium pattern, and that's why it's so great for this tournament. So I definitely agree with that. So great question, Ruske. Thank you for chiming in. And again, thank you guys so much for joining us. If you have any questions about the tournament, myself and or Blair would definitely get those answered for you. So go ahead and fire away. We do not mind one bit.
Yeah, see, so the bowler on 49, which I don't know, I missed his name.
That was Aaron Yamato.
Okay, Aaron. He is choosing to play a little deeper than the rest of his pair. And what just happened was he caught that friction and that ball just flew and he left a 4-pin. So I think I would move to the right if I were him.
I totally agree. The nice part about your thing, the only 4-pin instead of big foreign. But yeah, I agree. Blair, you're on today, Blair. You're on the top of your game. I like it.
So the tricky part too is like when Aaron might be watching it back. Aaron, right? I got it. Aaron.
Yep.
Yes. He might think, oh man, it was the first couple frames. I'm not feeling it yet. Like it's me, right? The tricky part is knowing when it's you and when it's the lane. So definitely, Aaron, when you watch this back, or I'm telepathically telling you to move right. It's not you, it's the lane. So we'll see what happens.
Yes. I think you look at Ryan Powers, right? He's got a little more ball speed. And he is a little bit further right as well, just a touch. And I think that's maybe a little better of a starting point, like you were mentioning, Blair. Decent rev rate, great player. I actually crossed with the Masters a few times. So that was around
Nice
6-3 on
oh,
that one
man.
overhooked.
Jeez. And I thought that was a good shot.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
And again, you get a division like this, a lot of talent on this pair, decent rev rates, and the lane's going to break down pretty quick. They already had 10 minutes of practice, so
Totally.
might be time to move already. And if you're watching closely there, I mean, there's definitely two ways to attack it. It is that deeper inside line with much softer speed, or playing close to the right with some smoother equipment like Utors, Manova, Ethan physics type ball, or urethane. So
Yeah, even Michael, the shot he just threw, he lofted it a little bit. So he's getting that front part of the lane that might have all the friction. He's taking that out of play and letting the ball have more time to read. I'm sorry, less time, not more time.
so we've got, let's see here. Michael Curtis from Imperial, California, off to a early double on lane 50. Got Clay Reese stepping up to lane 46 from Lehigh, Utah, going with that same strategy, urethane close to the right. Someone with multiple years of TAT experience as well.
Multiple years of TAT experience. However, Clay has missed the finals the last couple events.
Right.
So he has been working on some things in his game. And he told us, it almost was like a mental block, I think, for him the last couple of events. So he is happy to be in the finals, and both of his kids made it too.
Correct.
So it's pretty cool.
Clay he brings a posse with him. He brings both of his kids, some of his kids' friends, some of the youth bowlers from Utah as well. So big shout out to him for bringing out so many youth bowlers and giving them a chance to bowl an event like this. But he starts off spare double, so again, getting off to a hot start. Ryan Powers up on 49. Let's see if he's able to make an adjustment off of that last shot.
I don't think he's going to move. I think he's going to throw it harder.
Wow. That head pin across the lane is awesome. And that one was a little bit actually left down lane and kind of shimmed on him a little bit. So maybe that's something to keep in mind as you get to the right, or throw it to the right quicker. The ball's going to be a touch more responsive.
Good shot.
Yep, great shot. And even that was high flush for Aaron. So let's watch lane 50 and see if that's starting to. I actually shown 9 for Aaron. Let's see if that lane's starting to break down a little bit quicker than 49. So keep that in mind as well. Derek Taylor on 48. I think he's a past New Mexico Open champion. So really good on the tough stuff, bowling on harder patterns as well, and a player from Arizona. All right. We have another question coming in from Ruske. In both of your opinions, what is the most important part of the mental game of bowling? Ooh, that's a deep question there, Blair.
I think all of the people that are way better than me and the coaches always come on and say that the mental game is like 90% of your bowling game.
Right.
So there's a lot of. It's really important. And who was that? I was just talking to. Oh, it was Ron Moore this week on the Morning Bowl. If you go back and watch the chat we had with Ron, we asked him and PJ Haggerty. It was both of them. They both talked about the mental game this week. So we talked to PJ Haggerty has won 3 PBA regionals in a row. And not in a row. It's 3 of 4 weekends, but he didn't bowl that middle weekend.
Right.
It was his wife's birthday. And we asked him, we go, like, what are you doing? Are you practicing? Because he has a full-time job. He's like most of us that, practice is we're not practicing all day long, right? We have a job, we have a life, we have other things, but we still want to bowl. And so PJ told us, he goes, it's a lot of visualization. It's a lot of mental. He goes, the only way that I can explain why I've won 3 regionals against some of the best players in the world is that I've really worked on my mental game and I've gotten it really solid and I've gotten it really strong. So sometimes you don't even need to practice bowling before a tournament. You really need to just keep visualizing, and of course you need to practice. Like, you need to shoot spares and stuff, but I don't know. Mental's a huge part of your game. So
Yeah, and again, I think that's fabulous advice from two great champions. Ron Moore has won at every single level. And PJ is just a player. PJ's won quite a bit as well. Um, and I think that's great advice coming from both of them. There's a reason why they're champions, and it's in being mentally strong, and it's being mentally strong at the hardest part of the tournament. Winning. When you get to the finals and you get through qualifying, you have to throw that shot to win, or you're in that big moment. That's when the mental game is most important. I think that's when those guys just get better. And that's a little bit of advice that we can suggest to you guys is, when the going gets tough, and that's when the mental game really, really tends to be a little more important. When everybody's striking, you're throwing it good, it's easy to be happy and it's easy to feel good. It's just when the pair is a little bit hard, or you start off maybe not how you want it to, stay mentally strong is what's going to be the biggest point there. So great question, Risque. All right, let's see. So we've got Dylan Taylor, lane 48. He's got open 3-bagger, so decent start there. Clay did strike again, so he's got spare 3-bagger as well. And everything else is going to be pretty tight coming down to the wire, so this is going to be fun.
all right, Adam has a question. He is a PBA member, and he's wondering what storm tournaments he can bowl in the future. Adam, you could have bowled this tournament. The Las Vegas Open is open to PBA members. You just would have been in the open division. So definitely check it out in the future. There are a ton of tournaments. I mean, and you just have to check the rules and see which are accepting PBA members and which may not be. But I mean, the tournament you mentioned earlier, Kendall, New Mexico Open. There's the Bradley out east. There's like lots of different tournaments that you can find and check out and sign up and bowl. But you literally, Adam, we could be talking about you. You could have been bowling right in front of us this weekend. So next year, mark your calendars, Labor Day, Las Vegas Open. It'll be at South Point again. And we want to see you here if you're watching. We got the famous Brad Edelman popping by. Brad, I hope you're enjoying your day off on Labor Day, because you just finished up the military championships, and that was another great event that was housed here at South Point. And, before you know it, it'll be January and you'll be back here running the next military championships, another great event that bowlers who may be watching at home, if you want to bowl a tournament, there's so many opportunities out there. So you can bowl the TAT at Labor Day weekend. It also happens around Super Bowl Sunday in Las Vegas, which who doesn't want to spend Super Bowl Sunday in Las Vegas? We've got the TAT in the 4th of July, so that's another one. And then if you are a active or retired military personnel, you can check out the military championships. The team championships, which happen in August, those are open to civilians, as long as you bowl with the military bowler. And then in January, it's exclusively military, active, retired.
And I have not met a single person that said they do not absolutely love the military tournaments as well. It's a great week.
Absolutely. Jamal just joined a TAT league, which this is a new opportunity. Jamie's always thinking. He's always coming up with new things. So, Jamal, I'm sure we will see you in February. And thank you for being part of the TAT family.
We will see you in February.
I love that that Jamie McWilliams is always thinking of new opportunities for bowlers. He's always trying to connect them. And he's giving them opportunities to come out to Las Vegas. We had Alex Archunda in the in the live stream yesterday, he did a stream for Storm Latino, and he says he's bringing 100 and well, he says 120, but Jamie and I think he's gonna bring 150 bowlers from Mexico in February, which is the high was over the summer. He brought a little over 100, so he keeps upping it every time.
That's unreal. That is awesome. Alex Achuna did make the cut as well, bowling on lane 55. So way to go him.
Paul, yes, I did misspeak. It is open to veterans as well in January, so sign up. Although I think most of the time Brad is full. So if you're interested in bowling, make sure you reach out now.
That right lane is definitely been a bit of a challenge for the pair on 49 and 50. Aaron with an unfortunate split again. So again, that lane with all that rev rate is starting to change some. So that's definitely come down the wire. Eric Hatch steps on 48.
Man, he got that ball. That was like out to the one board.
Yep.
It might have been the half board. It was like hovering half in the gutter. I want to throw it like that. Wish I could get it that far out. That was awesome. I know the result was not exactly what he wanted, but if he is trying to play to the right, that's about as far right as you can go.
It's a decent miss, yeah. I mean, again, that's what we talked about when we start opening up the stream. It's maybe you're able to miss and still leave a makeable spare this early into the tournament. It's kind of best case scenario.
Yeah, so we have a comment in the chat that says, it would be cool to bowl these type of tournaments, but airfare and hotel plus entry fees would be hard to bowl. And yes, sometimes it can be challenging to get all of the travel expenses and everything to go to the tournament. But what my advice for you is, if you want to bowl a tournament like this, start saving, try to get that amount together that makes you feel comfortable to come out and bowl, and make it a little vacation for yourself. But Jamie and his team at the TAT really do a great job of finding little ways throughout the week for you to make your money back. There's brackets. There's also the mystery score.
Yep.
So each qualifying round, they randomly pick a number out of the bucket, and it's a number of the game that you hope to have bowled. And that mystery score can get up to like $1,000 or something crazy.
One of 1,400 this week. One of them.
Right. I mean, it's insane. So, like, you just hit that one little mystery score, and you've pretty much paid for your week. So, and there's just so many little ways. I would say look into it, because it may not be as expensive as you think it's going to be. And Jamie does a great job working with the hotel properties and getting you some room discounts. And at the events in February and July, he'll even get some free plays from the properties, because they're a sponsor of the tournament. So, the properties out here are super nice too, and South Point does a great job. They love having bowlers here. They welcome all the bowlers. Anywhere you go, they're like, "Oh, are you bowling?" So I would really encourage you to look at it, budget it. If you plan ahead, you can find some cheaper flights. And you know when it is. It'll be Super Bowl. It'll be 4th of July. So just plan ahead.
Yep, great info there, Blair. It's a great weekend, and again, you make a vacation out of it. Get those flights soon enough, and two people that fly quite a bit here, we definitely would say that you get those flights soon enough, it can make it much more affordable and bowl a little bit freer, make it a great opportunity. So, all right, so again, that right lane on 49 and 50, I think Ryan is throwing a little bit more firm to get it through the break point there, so he's made an adjustment. We've got Clay Reese, spare 5-bagger. I don't see many of those. So fantastic start by him. Oh, great shot by Michael on 49.
You said you don't see many 5-baggers, but there's a 5 in a row on the letter D.
Oh, right
Stepping up. Who's that bowler? This bowler is clean. Or not clean. He's striking.
That is Jacob Francis.
Jacob's going for a 6-pack of chicken tenders right now. Let's go, Jacob. Let's get that chicken tender.
Get those chicken tendies. And again, if you're bowling on pair with him, if I'm Jacob, gives off decent start, definitely helps you kind of secure that next part into the finals.
Yeah, and so we'll be bringing you action all day long. We'll have different commentators stepping in and out of the booth. I see Jim Callahan has arrived, the PBA Tour Manager. He'll be joining us in the booth for the next round of round one. So these bowlers that are bowling right now might get a little bye as they wait for another chance. So
Chicken tenders have been confirmed, Blair.
let's go. I'll call Kyle Troop right now. He owes our friend some chicken tenders.
And again, he's using that deeper inside angle we talked about before. A little bit softer with the speed, decent rev rate. So that's just another way to attack this 40-foot pattern. And Tom Hess is not bowling this event, Adam. I believe he was actually out in Sweden bowling, but he is not here this time.
Yeah, there's a lot of tournaments to bowl this weekend. So if you're bowling somewhere, good luck. I hope that you found somewhere to bowl. And there's a lot of tournaments that take place on Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, such a great weekend to bowl. Great spare by Aaron on 50. In the top part of your screen, top right, we have Matt Anderson with spare six-bagger. So there are a few bowlers here really starting to figure them out early on. Oof, great shot on 51. I don't know what stings more, Blair. When you throw it good and you ring 10, or you throw it good and you stone 9. I don't know which one hurts more, but every shot matters in this moment like this, that's for sure. Great spare on 49.
That is a great spare. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Michael Curtis is starting to catch a little bit of heat here. Spare open, four-bagger. All right, we're getting to frame 8, 9, 10 here, wrapping up this game.
Yeah, that means the pressure starts to sink in. You start looking up at the scoreboard and you're going, all right, what do I have to do here to not be the low on my pair?
Right.
Or if you're leading, you don't want to do anything to detriment that.
Sure,
So
yeah.
it
Avoid
can
all
be
errors.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah. All right, Lane is a mess. Break. Nice.
That is what we like to see when they're, because it's a little strike. I like tripping pins.
Excuse me. Looks like on lane 45 and 46, Clay Reese spare 7-bagger, so it looks like he is in a solid chance and has a solid chance to advancing. Lanes 47, 48, our D bowler, that would be Dylan Taylor. Looks like he's in the lead on that pair. He's going to be kind of wrapping it up, be safe to move on as well. What you see in the pair in front of us, 49 and 50. Ryan Powers with a great, man, that's such a great game there.
Totally. I think he's bowled a few tats.
Has he?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Could be wrong, but I've seen that game before. It's good.
Very good.
Yeah, so why don't you run down some of the, and I only ask because my glasses are in front of me and I have to get them after this game, so I can't really see the scoreboards. But let's run down some of the current, like the top 2 scores on each pair.
Yeah.
45 through 51.
Yeah, so we've got so far. Again, Clay Reese did miss in the ninth, so he's got on a spare. He can punch over to 60. And our next highest score will be the B bowler on 45. And that will be, let me get that sheet out. That would be Carly Medina. So he's looking in good shape as well. He can max out for, it looks like 230. But again, that pair is pretty tight. Anything can really come down the wire on that pair. 47 48. We've got, again, Dylan Taylor, excuse me, can punch out for 240, locking him in. And then that's kind of that one's really, really close. Next closest would be our C bowler, Anthony Doge, excuse me, Doge, from Omaha, Nebraska. Can punch out for looks like 227. So, but yeah, we got someone who can shoot 215 on that pair as well. So again, looking like a very tight pair there. 49, 50. Michael Curtis has 260 left, and as well as Ryan Powers putting a great game together and has 240 left as well. So that one could be pretty tight. Looks like Michael Curtis might pull away something there. And our friend with the 6-pack, Jacob Francis, added on to a 7-bagger there.
He's going for 8.
He's got a 6.
He's past it.
He's got some chicken tenders and fries now.
Yeah, he's going for a 2-pack chicken tender.
We like 2-pack chicken tenders. We gotta make sure we get some Chick-fil-A sauce with it.
Yeah.
Yep. So on that pair again, Jacob Francis 0.7, and our next bowler, Mimo Rosales, sitting in great shape as well. Can punch out for looks like 230. Oh,
Looked like he got a little firm with that. But still a great shot. Great run, Jacob. And secured his spot into the next round on that pair for sure.
And then wrapping it up on 53, Matt Anderson can finish at 240. Great game by him. And then our B bowler, Cameron Grillion, can shoot. Is our next leader, can shoot looks like around 230. So we'll keep an eye on all those pairs as we wrap up and see who's going to advance. Good bowler by Clay, though, like you mentioned. He wasn't in the finals, and he steps up and fires a big one here. So,
well, if Clay makes the finals, you have to watch him. Like, he's going to be one to beat.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Clay is someone who is the epitome of a mega field player. Doesn't do anything very technically done, but man, does he get the job done, very often. So, one of my favorites for sure. Great shot on 48, ring 7. It's going to make that match a little bit closer, but it looks like Anthony Dodge, will wrap that pair up as well. He will advance with that ring 7.
All right, we got a couple of questions in the chat. So one is, can you move the camera? No. The camera is stationed on our featured pairs, 47, 48, 49, and 50. We do this because it's really hard to talk about a lot of bowlers at the same time. So we have 2 pairs in front of you those are our featured pairs. Now the bowlers, as they move on each round, they will come to these pairs. And then our finals today, at the end of the day, will be on 47 and 48. So it's not ESPN, you guys. It would be impossible to have cameras on every single lane in this building. So just bear with us. Another question, actually, this came earlier because Adam asked have you ever tried to get Belmo to bowl this? Here's a fun fact, you guys. Jason Belmonte has bowled the true amateur tournaments. He did. He bowled it before he was a pro. He came and bowled some of the high roller events and the tats. And then, of course, he couldn't bowl the tat because it's an amateur tournament. But this tournament's open to anybody. So all of the PBA bowlers and everyone is invited to come and bowl them. I'm sure Jason, if he was in this country, would probably have came in and bowled this tournament, but he's home and he is celebrating with his family. So I don't think that he felt the need to fly from Australia to bowl a tournament. You know, when you're living around the world, literally, you have to look at the travel time and really think about. You know, he makes the trips worth it nowadays. So, but he has bowled the tat. He has.
Spent some time with his 4 beautiful kids. So it looks like on 45 and 46, we have um, Clay Reese with a 259, Carly Medina with 202, and then Matt Jones with 200 exactly. A couple 200 games there. Wrapping up on 47 48, we have Anthony Doge with a 205. And then Dylan Taylor with 225, and then advancing there, we have a tie. We have a tie, Blair.
Oh man.
Eric Hatchett with 176, and a throw off 3 in an attempt to do that. So 3-bagger for the tie, and then with Joshua Molly, 176 as well.
So they will have to have a roll off, I think.
Yes.
Because one will not move on, but so I'm sure we'll hear that announcement from Mr. Ed in a few minutes about a roll off.
Yep. Stay tuned. We'll cover that action as well. At 49 and 50, the pair is pretty tight here. We got Jaden Miller with 190. Solid game there. Stepping up on lane 50. Ryan Powers to get talking about this game quite a bit. He's got 240 left. Let's see what he can do here. Unfortunately, Aaron Yamada did get to 157, so might not advance. But Ryan Powers stepping up here can seal his fate. It looks like. You know, I think the one difference on that pair is Ryan was able to figure out that right lane, Blair. Like we said earlier, it was
100%.
giving people some fits, and he was able to lock it in. So he's got a big 240 game and will be advancing. Michael Curtis stepping up on lane 49. Can shoot 220. A little bit right. Oh. But I think he is still clear there. Can get to, makes a spare, can get to 204 or 209, excuse me. And he should be okay.
You know, our e-bowler, Ricardo, he may not, he will not advance, but he has had a very difficult game of spares.
Yes.
And he is like nearly clean. He left one. I mean, it looks like he left either the Big Four or the Greek Church, because I can't make out. I need my glasses. But in frame 2. But then he's been on this spare streak, and he even picked up a split. Yeah. So he gave a tough battle.
He did. Got himself in it. All right, 51-52, stepping on the 10th frame. We have Tim Smith. Looks like he can max out at 190. Which might be enough to get him in. Memo Rosales stepping up. Can get to, let's see what we got here. Bang, strike, 192. Can get to 202. That should lock him in. And then our D bowler, Jacob Francis, our 6-pack of chicken tendies, can shoot 250. So that locks him in. So it looks like 250, 202. And then Tim Smith, he makes his spare, can get to 190, and that will lock him in as well. And then our final pair, 53 and 54. Again, Matt Anderson with a big 240 game. We have Dwight Burns with a 196. And then wrapping up, we have Cameron Gilleron with 191.
Yeah, so as we're wrapping up this first game, Kendall, game 2, I think you're actually going to go and walk around and talk to some bowlers and check out some bowling. And Jim Callahan is going to hop in the booth and join me. And we'll call some action. It looks like we have, I know for sure, I see some open division bowlers entering the area. So You might get to see that open division that we've been talking about. I know the women will take the lanes this round too. So if you're watching, don't leave us. We might put up a little "we'll be right back" timer because I think there will be a small break in the action. But don't let that timer fool you. We will be back.
Yes.
With a lot more bowling.
Be with you all day, calling the action.
And we're leading down to that 2 p.m. We think it's 2 p.m. We say 2 p.m. We're predicting like 1:30, 2 o'clock Pacific time is when the grand finals will be. And that's exciting because it's the first time all of the divisions will face each other and they're going for $15,000 top prize. But Jamie's given out about $32,000 in that grand final match between all of the divisions.
A few more shots here to wrap it up. Jacob Francis finishes with 243.
Great game.
Hey, the strikes did end up coming for our guy on lane 50. So putting together 188 game, very solid.
I like it.
A few more shots on 51 and 52, and that will conclude this round.
Can we double? And we double.
I like it.
The crowd goes wild.
I actually spent some time with him this week. Very, very nice guy. Loves the game of bowling. Wanted to get so much better. Asking us a ton of questions. Hate to see him not advance, but definitely will be seeing him down the line.
Oh, for sure. Well, that's one of the parts of the TAT that I love because there's a lot of bowlers that come out here, and this may be their first big tournament.
Right.
So, if you come out here and you don't advance the first time, think of everything that you've learned that week and then just go back and work a little harder. And usually what happens is they come back and advance the first time they bowl, the next time they come out. So it's a great learning field and it's so encouraging and you'll meet friends from all over. So
Oh, yeah, there you go.
really great finish.
Great way to finish.
All right, we will be back with more action. All right, welcome back, Storm Nation. We are here at the Las Vegas Open. This is the finals day. We have had one round happen, and now we're here for round two. I'm joined by now PBA Tour Manager for Storm Bowling, Jim Callahan. Jim.
Call me Jill.
I don't know what word I just said. Welcome to the fun and exciting. You know, you get to stay home and call a little bowling this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. How are you?
Great, I'm great. So we have a little treat for you. We've changed the camera angle this round a little bit because the bowlers are at the high end, and we have the open division that you'll get to see. So you'll get to see some of those bowlers that normally aren't able to compete in a TAT, but they get to compete out here. So Jim, who do you see before we turn the camera around?
Two of the hottest guys right now in the whole country actually are bowling. That's Nathan Bohr, who's won a regional and won a big tournament down in Texas, and then our guy Cortez Schenk, who has won about 3 regionals in a row, and he just won the New Mexico Open a couple weeks ago. You got Greg Thompson, who's bowled on tour. You got Alex Hoskins, who's made 2 TV shows in the Masters. Who else we got over there? Steve Klemkin, who's made a TV show in the Masters. You got Christian Ascona, who has a PBA title. You got, who else over there? Kyle King, Team USA member.
Recovering from a back injury. This is one of his first tournaments back out here. So.
And you got the guy with the craziest style on tour, Jacob Buttriff, who has, I think he's got 8 or 9 titles now, but it's a jam-packed field. You know, it's been a great event all week. You know, South Point's done a good job, but this should be some really, really, oh, I forgot Jake Peters, too. I just saw him there.
Shake it off.
Yeah, he's a PBA champion as well.
He's made a few TV shows this year.
Absolutely.
All right, well let's turn the camera around. You'll get to see some of the finish of practice. They've got about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this should be very interesting because a lot of the guys, when the guys can play to the right, usually there's a lot of really big scores. And I know that Nathan the other day, his first 2 games had like 560 or 570. He had
easily, yeah.
He had 570 and he missed 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
You know, he made a spare in the 10th and then he went spare sheet and still had that. So
shake it off.
Yeah.
We also have Joe Lapon, who.
I forgot about him. Yeah,
he's coming out on tour next year. He's won a lot of stuff in the Pacific Northwest, and he won the Storm Shootout earlier this week.
Should be exciting here.
Yeah, so everyone in the first round that was asking about the PBA bowlers that were bowling, here's your opportunity to see some of them before the, of course, grand finals, when you'll see the person who survives every pair. So now 6 players means that 3 advance from each of these pairs. 5 is taking 2, and 4 is taking 1. So that's how this is working. So some, as we look down off camera, there are some pairs that have 5. I don't see any with 4 yet.
There's a 5 down here on the end as well.
There is
where
a 5.
Our cameras are, we have 2 6s and a 5. So on the 2 pairs to the left, we'll be eliminating 3, and the one on the end will be eliminating 2, correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. And we can only see a little bit of that end pair, but we can see the scoreboard down there just because of the angle. So
which is helpful.
All right, Joe's off to a hot strike start. When does he not strike? That's what I'm asking everybody.
I have to tell you, historically, the left side's been pretty good in this building. I mean, Jacob Buttriff has won 3 or 4 regionals here, and it's been pretty good here. Nathan Bohr with a really good strike there.
Absolutely. So you're saying that George Gohagen might have a good look here when he steps up on lane 54?
I mean, if you take a look, there's a few lefties that made the cut here.
There are, absolutely.
I think this field, the way it is right now, has many good bowlers. It's going to take a lot to get out of here, I think.
No kidding.
I haven't seen anything but a strike yet.
Yeah.
Jake Peters with a strike.
We're going to see the kid, as I call him, Cortez Schenk, stepping up on. He's a stud, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a really good player.
He is.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, is he from Arizona? Is that where he's?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He works for Mike Calderon in his little training center he has there, so he gets to bowl all day long, drill balls, and just constantly, give lessons. And he had a rough time last year. He made the first TV show,
100%.
and then he had a situation where his father had passed away, so he had to take care of business and stay home and help run the business that his father had. But I mean, I think that he's going to be a killer on tour.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier in the week that, you saw him and he was on the top of his game. And his game, I would say he's still on the top of it. And he shows up at regionals.
Won 3 in a row.
He's either winning or he's second. And then he just pick up the win at the New Mexico Open?
Yep.
Is that what I saw? Yeah. So he's just a stud.
He's got a very unique ball roll too. I mean, it used to be more of a spin.
Sure.
And now he's a little bit more at the back than he was, but he's not scared to strike. I mean, we'll see what happens here. We got Alex Hoskins, 3.69.10. He left. Tough spare. That's a hard spare on anything.
It's a really hard spare. Yeah, that's not how Alex wanted to start the day. But
absolutely,
Alex, he was wrecking them when he qualified. I think he shot 7.10 or he shot over 7. The qualifying squad that he bowled.
I forgot Matt Zweig too.
Oh, how could you forget him?
I didn't see him.
Well, and of course Greg Thompson, who we see on lane 53. We got some fans of his in the chat.
The guy with the biggest feet on tour when he bowled. He has huge feet.
Yeah. Well, you can see. I think he's not wearing bowling shoes because they
Can't
don't make
wear
them.
bowling shoes.
Right?
They don't make them that big. Great guy. I mean, super good at playing to the right. I mean, he's
awesome.
He just won. He won a tournament recently here that I came and watched, and he bowled really, really well.
Yeah. He's so nice, too.
Oh, he's a good dude.
And he shot 300 earlier in qualifying this week. So
he's only got about 150 of them.
I know. I told him, that was the quietest 300. I didn't even hear anyone clapping. He was like, yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, he bowls 300 like every other week.
He averages 300.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's really good.
I think Matt might want to move a little bit. He just missed a head pin to the left. He left a 139 the first frame, so he covered it up. True. Joe again. That looks a little pitch blackish to me right there.
That is what he discovered worked. It took him a couple of qualifying squads to actually make it, and then he found the pitch black, and he actually shot 300 with it in one of his qualifying rounds as well.
No. Yeah. It seems funny in watching the guys. They seem every time they miss like one time now, they're nervous that they're going to be out.
I mean, I'm telling you. Well, that's the excitement of the tat. You're only bowling on your pair.
Yeah.
But if someone gets off to a hot streak, like even in the finals, like if someone's like 4 or 5 in a row to start, the rest of the bowlers, you can see the stress and the anxiety.
Like Nathan left a 2-pin there, and he was like panicking. I'm like, it's not that bad.
It's frame 2.
It's amazing too about Nathan because he ball reps for Motive as well all summer long for the ladies tour, and he still has time to be a fantastic bowler. I mean, he's a very underrated player. He's made a TV show on the PBA tour and made many finals on tour, and I think he has probably 25 or 30 regional titles too. He's got a lot.
It's impressive.
Very simple game, keeps it in play. Never really gives away the pocket very much. Tez with a strike there.
Yeah, and we have the VP of Product Development, Steve Klemkin, stepping up on 55. Another person who finds time to stay sharp with a really heavy load at work. So, yeah. He left a 10-pin, though. I think that's a 10-pin, or is it a 6-pin?
That's a 6-pin.
All right, well,
went a little high.
I'm about 50 feet away from that, so the angle.
Alex is going to have to do something a little different here. He went 3.69, 10, and then he almost left a 2.8 there. So Brian Borgett backing it up over there, doing a little Simo action.
The question of can we get a better angle? Unfortunately, I cannot because I have to station my computer where the Ethernet is. And normally we would be watching the pairs right in front of us. But if I turned the camera to see the pairs right in front of us, you would not be able to see any bowling. So we're doing the best that we can. This is early in the day. So we're giving you the opportunity to see some open bowlers in the open division, that is.
The good thing is you can still see the pins, and then, I mean, sorry that I know Blair was shuffling around a little bit trying to make sure that we had a decent view, but circumstances were a little tough this round, so
Yeah.
Blair compromised a little bit. I think as we go, it'll probably get a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be right in front of us as we go.
We kind of had to move around a little bit. Sorry about that. And, Blair did the best she could there.
Yep. Patrick is asking, and we talked about this earlier, but we'll mention again, is if this is the true amateur tour, as someone who made a TV show on the PBA and amateur. So here's the trick. The True Amateur Tournaments, it's a great run organization by Jamie McWilliams. And for years, he has had the PBA players and some of the higher caliber bowlers asking, like, hey, we want to come and bowl one of your tournaments. So the Las Vegas Open is a special event in the True Amateur Tournaments, which has an open division. Now, what that means is there's a group of people, and you can look at the rules and all the qualifications, that maybe they made a TV show, or maybe they bowl on the PBA Tour, and they can come and bowl this Las Vegas Open, and the amateurs will not face those bowlers until the grand finals. So it's a really cool way that, and I had a bowler telling me this week that it was really cool. He got to cross with Cortez Shank one round, and he said it was so cool. I learned so much just bowling with him and watching the way that he broke down a pair and watched how he read the lane. And he's like, I couldn't do it, but it was really cool, and I want to go back and work on some stuff that I saw him do. So it's a very cool opportunity that Jamie's given to these players.
I think it gives the amateur players that, aren't tour players the opportunity to see how good really the PBA players or the regional players or the professional amateurs like George DeHagen, that they get to watch those and go, wow, really how good they are. And like the young man told you yesterday, something to go home and work on. And
absolutely,
these guys are really good. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to watch them for a long time, and these guys can bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really, really, really good bowlers.
Yeah, 100%. But you can always learn.
Of course. Brian Borgett backing it up. Alex up on 54.
Now, you said you think he needs to make a move. Let's see what he did.
Yeah.
Might have been a ball change.
He got it right. No, same ball.
Oh, same ball?
He got it right a little quicker, it looked like, so he could see a little bit more of the friction there. They're definitely, right of 5 is definitely hooking.
Yeah.
So he just got it right a little bit quicker so it would face up to the pocket a little faster. Greg Thompson. Lane's hooking.
Lane's hooking a lot.
I think 53 is a little bit more than 54 because that's a lane that Alex 4-pinned on, or he 2-pinned on it. But I mean, Tyler.
Yep.
Tyler. That's Cortez. Actually left a 4-pin on that lane as well.
You're using his real name.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever called him that ever. I'm shocked Nathan's hooking it that much. I thought Nathan would be going a little straighter. He's really, really good playing to the right.
He must see something. He must have seen something in practice. Because, these lanes aren't exactly fresh either.
Yeah.
There was the first round of the finals of the amateur division bowled on the entire this side of the house.
Strike spare double, so it's not too bad. Jacob Butcher, through 3 frames, does not have a strike yet.
Oh, wow. That's a little shocking,
9
actually.
spare, each spare, 9 spare. So.
Okay. Trying to find it a little bit.
There's some pairs. I mean, there's a 4-bagger up top over there. There's 2 3-baggers on the middle pair, and there's 2 3-baggers on the first pair. So that only leaves a couple spots for those other players to be sharp and have the chance to make it through the cut.
Exactly. Yep.
Tez better get rolling here. He doesn't have a double yet.
Well, he's stepping up. Let's see what he does. He might have made a little adjustment here.
Throwing a fast pitch.
That hooked. That hooked a lot.
That hooked really early.
Yeah. Now, I do know that a lot of the amateur division that was bowling on these pairs, they chose to play to the right this morning. So I think that's what you see, whether they were using urethane or whether they were using a different reactive ball with some surface. there is a little bit of a cliff that's formed to the right, because I was actually shocked, because watching all week, I saw more people playing in all week, but this morning they all had figured out, man, we're playing to the right.
I watched a little bit. I watched 5 or 6 frames when I got here. I'm telling you, the ball would bounce off the gutter.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, man, how good are they to the right?
Yeah.
Because I haven't really been here a whole lot.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, majority of the people I saw actually were playing to the right. Tez just missed a spare there.
Yeah, unlike him. Really unlike him.
So he's got 67 in the fourth. And one of the guys that had a triple, George Gahagan, has a split up there now. So
this fair is going to be interesting to see who survives it.
Oh, Tim Cagle over there, too. I missed him.
Yeah, right?
The most interesting bowler of the field.
Yeah, you see him in that blue shirt. He just split, unfortunate. Man, we are jinxing everyone this morning.
Very interesting style. He's got 2 regional titles, too.
That's awesome.
The interesting thing about him is that whenever he bowls, people can't tell if he is a right-handed bowler that backs it up or he's left-handed.
Yeah, right.
Watching when he bowls, like nobody knows if he's right or left-handed.
Right. He's super nice, though.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
He came in. He's saying hi to everyone this morning. One of the nicest guys. All right. Alex is on a strike. He's stepping up on 53.
Got to make sure that he gets it to the friction the right way, because if he doesn't, it's going to get behind it. He
especially on this lane. Uh-oh.
Kept it in. Played the hold. He played the hold instead of the hook that time, and it went a little forward.
I think that might be a good strategy, because that 53 is especially hooking.
You start manipulating the score and looking and seeing, what you need. And there's about the 7th frame of every game. I bowled. This format reminds me of the old Super Hoinky back in the day, where they would drop 2 people and 3 people, and you were always, when you got to the 7th or 8th frame, there was 2 guys you weren't even worried about.
Right.
Because they were going to bowl 240 or 230.
Sure.
I think this pair has it. You have a guy with a front 5. Now you got a couple opens. Anything could happen on the first pair, and there's not many strikes on the second pair, so it's interesting.
Well, and I think the one thing that we can all remember about these players is they all can run a string of strikes.
That's the difference between the tour players and the amateurs, is they have the ability to make those adjustments mid-game to make it where they can finish the game strongly instead of staying lost.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what Nathan does here. Steve Klemkin strike. Nathan's got the big slow curve going.
Man.
He's a good bowler, man. There's no doubt.
Well, and I think the one thing that everybody can see in this division, and it's something that this is what you want in your game, is repeating shots, right? When you, and we talked about it earlier, right? There was a bowler who threw 2 really great shots. He hit the same part of the lane each time. And we talked about how when you do that, when you can repeat a shot, you can make a move, because it's not you. It's actually the lane that you're seeing. So when you get to a level like this, if you know, okay, I'm throwing it great, I'm repeating shots, and the ball does something, you make that move, right? And that's what you deal with a lot, right? You can't help a bowler if the ball, like if you're coaching me and I'm spraying the ball all over the place, you're
that's
like,
the difficult
Blair,
part.
hit your mark.
I think that's the one thing that they release it exactly the same every time.
Yeah.
Or they make 8 or 9 good shots where, an average amateur player or, league player, which is honestly for us as a ball company, our bread and butter. They're the people that buy our balls every single day.
100%.
The people to the left are the ones that buy all the bowling balls and, want to learn. But I mean, they make on patterns like this, they probably make 5 or 6 good shots a game.
Right.
Where the really high end player can make 8.
Right.
And those 2 frames, you figure that's 20 pins a game. They're 180. They're
right.
Whatever, 2 team.
Yeah, and it's just a key. It's something that knowing the difference between when it's you and when it's the lane, that's something that if you are coming to bowl a tournament like this, when you're on a harder pattern, it's something to remember, because if you're struggling, and this is something we talk to in the booth, we talk to a lot of players that come in and are talking about how they may be struggling and they want to do better the next round. And we talk about, well, was it you or was it the ball? And we have that conversation with them. And if it is them, we talk about some strategies that they might be able to do to fix whether it's a little timing hitch or whether, maybe they came out to the West Coast for the first time and they're experiencing something like their thumb is swelling because it's the elevation, or it might be shrinking. Like there's there are so many variables.
Yeah, you got to be honest with yourself definitely when you bowl. If you make a bad shot, you're only fooling yourself.
Yeah.
So if you do something that you think is good, try to repeat that. But if you don't think it's good, think about, when you come back off the approach and try to analyze what you did wrong. So
Correct.
When you go up, you don't do exactly the same thing again. I'm telling you, these pairs are really wet dry.
Nathan just tripped that 4-pin.
Yeah.
That was like a wiggle trip.
And then Greg got his ball right a little fast and it overhooked. So
yeah.
Alex got his ball in and left a 10-pin, where it kind of pushed a little farther down the lane where Greg got it right and it overhooked. So these pairs, all of them, the scores, if you look, there's not as many strikes as I thought there was going to be.
Yeah.
Buttriff just got his first strike in the 5th frame.
That's amazing.
That's an example right there. You'll see a guy that's a proven champion like Jacob, where he'll be the first 4 frames, and I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a 3 or 4 bagger here and bowls 220 and gets out of this game.
Correct.
That's the difference that, when the amateurs are struggling, usually they struggle the whole game.
Yeah.
Where most times the tour guy will figure it out, not usually by themselves, usually by the help of the crack tour staffs that every company has.
Yeah, right? Joe Lepon, for those who are, or it's Joe Lepon, he told me. Lepon. Joe Lepon has the front 6. So for all those Joe fans, that is a 6 in a row. 6 in a row for our friends there.
I never seen Cortez so confused in his whole life. He can't hit the pocket. He can't even control the pocket. George Gahagian up on 53. The guy with the, what kind of shirt would you call that?
It's like it looks like a vest. You know the vest that bowlers, or not bowlers, people used to wear, those like sweater vests with the plaid? I like it. It's a cool look.
It reminds me of cards, like aces and spades and diamonds.
I see that too, for sure. Yeah.
Tez better figure out something quick, or he's going to be back to the long drive home to Arizona, because today it's going to be a long drive home.
yeah, for sure.
And the people going back to California today, a 2-hour trip's going to be 6 today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one today.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of people celebrating that Labor Day holiday.
Definitely.
Which is, for those who are watching, next year, this tournament happens every year on Labor Day. So you can plan now. It's a great way to spend your vacation out in Vegas. Why not?
Alex Hoskins figured that lane out where he rung 10. He slapped the 10 out that time.
No problem.
Steve Klemkin with his first double over there. Even Greg's a little confused now. He got one to the right quick, and it overhooked in that one. He got long right, and he bucketed. So now you can see how it's definitely wet dry. By that I mean they're super dry to the right because everybody played there, like Blair said. And then when you get it in, they push the oil down the lane and created where if you get it in, your ball tends to want to go straight. And if you get it right at all, it tends to overhook. So that's not a good bowler's favorite thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they love it.
Nathan with a 5-bagger now, coasting right on to the next round.
Yeah, he has no concern on this pair. So you want to be in the top 3. So currently it's Joe, Nathan, and man, that 3rd spot's pretty close, all of them.
Hagan has triple, open, double.
Yeah.
He's probably 3rd.
Yeah, he's
definitely 3rd.
Yeah, he is 3rd. But the other 2, Cortez, as you said, he needed that strike, but he got it. So I don't know. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Cortez is up. He's C.
Cortez is C.
All right.
Kyle King on the end over there had open 5-bagger, left a single pin and missed it. So he's letting everybody else in. He was in a situation where, he could have put him away and made himself in a really good position, but he missed a single pin spare.
For those at home watching, our Ed, who is right-hand man to Jamie, has assured us that bowlers will be in front of us moving forward.
Jake Peters with a strike after starting with a triple. Oh, Joe with a split after the first 6. Got his elbow out and got around that one a little bit, and it just didn't hold line, and it went high.
All right, so I want to address this comment. Mr. P. Money. He says, why should an amateur bowler pay all that money to go to the true amateur tournament to bowl against a pro? Well, P. Money, here's what I'll tell you. You wouldn't bowl against the pro until the final game of the tournament when you're bowling for $15,000. And Jamie McWilliams does a great job. That last grand finals, there's about $32,000 up for grabs in that last game.
That's a lot of money.
So if you wouldn't be bowling against a pro when you're trying to qualify. And even right now, when you're in the finals, you can't see, but to the left of our screen is the open division. And that would, or not, I'm sorry, not the open, the amateur division. And that's where the amateurs are bowling. So it's really a great format where, you know, there's a ladies division. So the ladies are bowling over on the other side, and they're only bowling against the other ladies until the end when they go up against everybody.
There's how many divisions? 3, right?
There's 5 because it's open, amateur, handicap, junior.
Oh, I forgot
it's
the
4.
juniors.
It's
I forgot
junior.
the juniors.
It's it's and women's, so it's 5. Yeah, so we have 5 divisions.
You can see everybody making their little adjustments now. Greg Thompson struck that time. I think they're trying to keep it more in the oil instead of trying to get it right as quick so that they can actually use their hand a little bit and make it, read it, and know what it's going to do, whether it's not going to overhook or it's not going to go straight. Joe Lippin, open, Lippin?
It's Lipon.
Lipon.
I've got the correct pronunciation this week.
So he just went 7 out on a 6-bagger, and George Gahagan got a spare. So I think anything. This shot right here for Cortez coming up is do or die. He's got a 20. He can still have 215, but Alex needs this one too. This is a big one.
And it's off. Ooh, that's gonna hook a lot. And he gets up Brooklyn. Wow.
Got it right quick. You see how much it hooked?
It hooked a lot. All right, everyone in the chat. There's a lot of Joe fans in the chat. I was just going to tell him that they're stepping up. He's stepping up on 53.
Yep.
So
missed in again. Split again.
Man.
Changing a little bit.
Not good for Joe. All right. So Joe, be sure to get those 2. Although he's on a split, but
79.
Every pin counts right now. He needs those 2.
He's pacing 2-1 if he opens here. So you figure if he gets 2, that'd be 180. 220 he's pacing.
Yep.
Butters is in trouble on the end over there. He opened. He didn't do what I said. He can only shoot 213. He got open. So Butters is in trouble. It looks like him and whoever's on the bottom is D is in trouble. Kyle King just opened again, though.
It's getting exciting out here, folks. But this is what's great about the TAT, right? Something could be happen, and this is what will happen in the grand finals. Mark my words today, because there's only one finals that I've watched where someone outright wins. Most of the time, there's some crazy stuff happening from the 7th frame on. So usually, and really crazy in the 8th, 9th, and 10th frames, where someone may be in first, they may drop down to 3rd, someone in 2nd might drop down to 5th. I mean, it's insane. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Jake Peters with a big double over there to put himself in good position.
He's a stud bowler, too.
I think Tez is in trouble on this pair. Alex got a double. Now, I think the Brooklyn's key. I mean, what the really good bowlers do now after they get that double with the Brook, this is the key.
They take advantage of it.
Get that triple here.
Yeah.
Big shot by George. Oh, that's Ramsey on the end. I was looking to see who. Butters can strike out for 2-1. Kyle King had a 5-bagger. Now he's pacing 2-0.
Anything can happen.
Butters needs this one. Oh, nasty messenger across the lane. He just pummeled the 7-pin.
Cortez just covered his spare, but I don't. I'm thinking you're right. I don't think that's going to be enough.
I think Matt Zweig's in trouble too.
Yeah. Alex, that ball's just hooking.
Yeah. Matt Zweig can strike out for 205. I don't believe that's going to be enough on that pair. It's interesting. Whoever B is has triple open, open, open. Steve Klemkin with a triple.
Nice.
In decent shape. Yeah, Greg has tightened up his line definitely and got his hand a little bit more forward so the ball would go more over end and stay on line.
Nice spare by Alex.
I got to tell you, this is how Alex bowls all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
whatever condition.
Yeah, he just kind of grinds it.
Yeah.
And he finds a way to get a double. And
he'll tell you he loves the tough stuff because he can grind out a game on anything.
You got to figure Nathan's safe on that pair. Other than that, it's not really anybody yet.
Yeah.
Joe.
This is important for Joe right here, and he strikes.
Strike for Joe.
Yep, big recovery after that split.
Tim Cagle over there on 55 started with a triple, and then he had 3 opens in a row, so he needs to get going here as well. He could shoot 2
This is
teams
big
too.
right here, and
High.
not a strike.
Nope.
And he turned around, and he's kind of like, what's going on?
Butters needs this one over there.
Got it.
Strike.
Got it.
Nathan, another day at the office. Huge shot for George right here, too.
Nathan has solidified his spot. That's the only
good.
for sure thing right now.
Correct. And I don't know who that is down there.
Oh, the B bowler, right?
Yeah, I don't know who that kid is. Who is it?
Oh, we don't have the sheet.
Ramsey's.
Oh, Ramsey. Oh, well, Ramsey, Brittany is cheering Ramsey on, and Ramsey looks good.
George Gahagan with a shaker 5-10 for the double.
That's big.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's really big.
So you got to figure Tez can shoot 2-0. You got to figure Tez is going to be out.
But he's going to give it everything he
He
can.
did change balls there.
Yeah, I mean, he literally is going to give him every pin. That's what Tez does.
So you figure Alex can shoot 215.
Right.
It's going to come down to Joe, whether Joe gets a mark in the 10th.
Stay tuned, folks.
That's if Alex strikes here.
And he does.
Of course he did.
I don't know how you even say if Alex strikes. In the 9th frame, Alex is going to strike when the pressure's on.
So this is Greg Thompson can pretty much assure his spot here with this one. Oh, he got a little right for the flat 10. Burn up and went forward.
So what does that mean?
It means this ball read the lane
No. I know what that means.
You said, what does that mean?
I know. I meant score-wise. He's still good, though. He has one. He's going to get to 192 this frame.
So B is Steve
He's
Novak down there.
Oh, okay.
B is Steve Novak.
Oh, so he's
safe.
He's going to qualify easily for the next round.
Anything can. Wow, it's Jake Peters. What do you leave? 4-pin. If he stays clean, he'll be okay.
So it really still comes down to Joe on this pair.
Yeah, Joe.
This is big for Joe right here, 10th frame. And, Joe talked to us all week. He's really wanted to put himself in more pressure situations because he's going out on tour this year. So he's been bowling a lot of tournaments, a lot of final matches. Like, he's been trying to really, like I said, put himself in more pressure situations.
Steve Klemkin going high for a 6-pin over there.
And it's off. And it's a strike.
Good shot.
That's number one. Nathan left a spare, but that doesn't really matter because he's in on this pair.
It appears that it's going to be Nathan, Joe, and either Greg Thompson or George Gahagan. They're battling it out for the last one. Steve Klemkin grinding over there as well. Filling frames. That pair's a train wreck over there. Look at all the circles. It looks like bingo over there.
No, someone told me it's emojis because I bowled here and I had some emoji bowling going on. So just imagine their smiley faces, friends.
It's crazy. Looks like tic-tac-toe. There are no 3 in a rows. Brian Burgett. Oh, tripping to 6. He's still in the ballgame backing it up. He bowled on tour full time this year.
He did, yeah. And Nathan.
Doesn't matter.
No.
210.
Looked like he just was going to play with something different, see what he might face the next round. So
257 for Nathan. He's on to the next round.
Shake it off. 257. Joe will finish, if he spares, 227, right?
7,
yeah.
correct.
And he will be in the next round. 226. Still in. No worries.
Kyle King has imploded.
Uh-oh.
On the end over there. He ended the game with 4 opens in a row to shoot 183, so Kyle King will be eliminated. So you have a 224 and a 2. Butters is going to get in because Butters needs nothing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be Steve Novak. Steve Novak. Who was A on that?
Ramsey? Was that the Ramsey bowler? Or was it? I don't remember.
I don't either. We don't have any sheets to help us with names. So whoever it's going to be, it's going to be A.
This is basically, for those watching at home, right now is basically bonus coverage because you wouldn't have been watching any bowling this round. So bear with us as we make it through this little part of the qualified.
So we got A, E, and B are going to make it on the end, which is Buttriff, Novak, and somebody else.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't.
Yeah.
Huge shot by George Gahagan there.
And he needed it. He needed it just to keep that pressure on.
Figure 224. He should be good now.
Yeah.
Tez is done.
Great tournament for Cortez. He'll just go home and bowl something next weekend and win. So Derek Acuff is the other bowler. Thank you.
Derek Acuff?
Derek Acuff, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So Derek was the third qualifier.
He has to be A then. So
yeah.
It's 222, 192, and 224. Thanks, Landon.
Appreciate you.
Big shot by Jake Peters over there. He should be good to go. Man, there's a lot of opens in a row in some of these pairs. George Gahagan.
Well, it's easy to do if you're getting a little lost in there.
It looks like it's going to be on the first pair. It will be Nathan Bohr, George Gahagan. No, not yet.
George needs all of these just to keep that pressure on Greg, and that's it.
Done. Now now you got Nathan, Joe, and Greg on the first pair.
Yes.
The end pair is Acuff, Buttriff, and
Steve Novak. Good
call. And then the middle is going to be Jake Peters. And from there, I don't know.
Yeah, because
Burgett got a triple. Brian Burgett looks like he's going to be in. He's going to shoot a big number.
Totally.
You figure that Zweig is out. You figure that Cagle is out. Steve Klemkin has 220 maybe. And then Christian Ascona is on the bottom. So Christian Ascona is going to be out.
Yep.
Man, it took 192 on the end pair.
I'll tell you what. But that's the beauty of the tat, you guys. Like, it's not 260s to make it to the next round. I've seen bowlers bowl 150 and qualify for the next round. So it's really, you're just bowling to your pair.
There's a pair over there in the handicap division where the high game is 194.
That's what I mean. It's not crazy scores. Like, if you're watching this, come bowl. Anyone can bowl.
And remember, I know everybody goes, "Oh, we don't want to bowl against the pros." Remember, you're not until the end. They make it very fair where everybody has the opportunity to get to the title match, and then like you say, it's a shootout thing, and then it goes from there.
Totally.
Alex Hoskins.
Mm.
Alex is going to be out as well.
Yeah, he's eliminated. Good tournament for Alex, too, though.
Tim Cagle with strike. He's out. Figured Jake's good. And then probably Brian Burgett and Steve Klemkin, maybe.
Steve's staying clean, which is also what Steve does.
That's how he bowls, too.
That's
him and Alex bowl the same.
I don't think Steve's missed a spare. I can't remember the last time I've seen Steve miss a spare.
Yeah, Alex strikes a little bit more than Steve does.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think they bowl very similarly.
Agreed.
They control the pocket and they make their spares.
Which is exactly what you tell anyone that's learning bowling, youth players, like that's what you want to do, right? You make those spares because at the end of the day, it's a couple pins that decide a spot or two. All right, we got a question. Do they move in between games? Yes, they do, but they'll move all over this house. So basically what'll happen is now the open division, they are going to resort and you're going to bowl against different players and they'll move to a different section of the house. So I'm not sure who we're going to see next.
Let's see what we got here. Jake Peters stepping up in the 10th. We only have one frame left, and then we'll have our 3 qualifiers for there. Flat 10 for Jake, another guy that hasn't missed a pocket since 1987.
Yeah.
Especially using urethane, just controlling the pocket.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Cortez. You know, he had something unfortunate happen to him this season, but Jake Peters, a couple years ago, you know, his wife passed away, and he has made a lot of tournaments and TV shows. And
yeah, he's bowled very well since she passed away. Not to say that's why, obviously.
No, but he did say that one of the things that she always told him was that she wanted him to go out and bowl. So it's great to see him going out and bowling and putting a lot into it. And he's a nice guy, one of the nicest guys out there. So
he won he won in Maine too. I'm trying to think which one he won. He won the not the 2-minute thing, the strike.
Yeah, the strike derby, right?
Strike derby.
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
No, he didn't win that. He won the other one. Kyle won the
strike
derby.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But he did win one event up in Maine.
Totally.
Hey, Party Hardy, what's going on, brother? Steve Klemkin.
Strike. That's big. Because that'll pretty much 2-0. He can go out for 235. Oh, I'm sorry, 225. 225.
This is the crazy scoring pace.
I know.
No, you have to not add the scoring after it's added in.
South Point, the scoring.
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it. The Clash.
Keeps you on
He won
our toes.
the Clash.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Tom Adcock. You're the man.
He is the man. Tom Adcock, another bowler that always in the finals.
Robbing all those old people. 60 and over. Yeah, right. Steve Klemkin needs a hit here.
Everyone's watching.
He went high.
Oh, man.
They're so cliffed on this pair. So Stevie's going to bowl 215 if he makes a spare.
Now.
Let's look here. So he can have 2-0. The bottom guy's done. Cagle's done.
This is big right here.
Oh.
Okay.
So Borgett's got more than 213.
Oh, yeah, he does, too.
Oh, he's got a, yeah, it adds it.
Well,
it
he has to have the spare.
Yeah.
Right? Because the 212.
Triple and a double clean is more than 212.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
By the way, we have the conversation about this scoring system forever.
We love South Point. South Point's a great place to bowl.
I didn't say anything about that. But this system is used at a lot of places, and
yeah, it's hard.
It's very difficult. I don't know how Carly bowled that game, Gary.
We have a question for Zorion. Can I bowl this as a junior gold bowler? They do. They have a youth division in this, or junior division in this TAT, the Las Vegas Open. But actually, you can bowl any TAT You just let Jamie know in advance, and he'll make sure that any prize money that you might win would be transferred to your smart account.
Nice. Bowl anything you can bowl, and the harder patterns you bowl on will make you better and better and better.
Yeah, and then you'll be bowling against these guys out on the PBA tour.
Brian Burgett, 224.
Okay, you win. You win the scoring system. You definitely see it a lot. So
You know how many times I've seen this?
I know, right?
Oh, I still struggle. We have conversations. That's why you see me counting myself.
Yeah.
I got to subtract 10. It's already been. It doesn't add the 10 in, or it already adds it in. It's just,
Yeah.
It's a weird system.
Yeah.
Matt Zweig a little later over there got the triple. I'm trying to think who. Yeah, it looks like on that pair is going to be Jake Bargett and Steve Klempkin.
He survives. That's awesome.
Like
Congratulations.
I thought Christian Ascona would have bowled a little better. He was first team Bowlers Journal All-American last year.
He bowled good in a qualifying round yesterday, but anything can happen. You go to a pair, you don't see it the right way, and
he's a bad man with urethane, boy.
Yeah.
He is a bad man.
All right, so we are going to take a short break, and we will be back with some more bowling, and we're getting down to the final. You know what, Jim? Someone's going to win $15,000
Cool,
today.
can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
All right, so we'll be back. I'm not sure who's going to commentate next round. We're going to go figure it out with all of our celebrity commentators. You can commentate. You want to stay?
Kicking me to the curb already.
No. How about you stay, and I'll send in Kendall, and you and Kendall call the next round.
I want Matt McNeil.
Okay, I'll grab Matt. Perfect. All right.
Then Matt can be you.
Listen.
Why are you leaving me? You don't want to be with me?
No, I want to be with you, but I want to give the other celebrities in the building. I'm not a celebrity. Matt McNeil's a future Hall of Famer.
How about we let Matt and Kendall do the next one?
Okay, and then we come back, or we'll figure it out. We'll see who you see.
All right, we are back for round 3 of the TAT Las Vegas Open. I am Kendall Miles, joined by the Jim Callahan. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth, man.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Yeah, so we're round 3 here. We're getting down to the finals. We have had 2 elimination rounds now. This is where it gets nitty gritty. This is where the pressure gets packed. This is where we're getting closer to the finals. People are going to start winning their division and moving forward to bowl for that $15,000. So in front of you on 47 and 48, we have about a minute left of practice. On 47-48, you have your open division. So that is the new division that Jamie and his team added. That does consist of more of the professional type bowlers, people who have their cards. So that's 47 through 50. And then on 51 through 54, we have our ladies division. So a lot of great action there. And then going down to 55 through 58, 55 through 60, we have our handicap division.
Yep.
So that's what we have in front of us here. This is going to be exciting, folks. I'm excited to see what these bowlers can do. We've seen the pattern play pretty tough for this week, and then as we move on, more transition, the players going to get put to the test here.
This is the third game on the oil, so we'll see what happens. I think some of the pairs. I think, like I was telling you a second ago, I think after watching the guys division, the higher end guys, bowl from 51 to 56 last time.
Right.
I think the women are really going to struggle on 51 and 2. I think it's going to be, who can make their spares, who can control the pocket. I saw a lot of really good bowlers really struggle there last time.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex bowled 2-0 there. Cortez Schenk, who's one of the hottest bowlers in the country right now, he didn't hit the pocket but about 3 times out of 10.
Right.
So, and there was 2 lefties. So, I mean, I think the women, if they get 185 here, I think they'll be good.
So, what would be, if you're sharing some advice with the bowlers here, like you do on tour? What would be a piece of advice that you would pass along to them? Like what ball they throw on, what part of the lane they're going to play? What would you kind of suggest them to do?
In watching the women's pairs,
yeah.
On the women's pairs, it's if you get it to the right, it tends to overhook, and if you get it in, it tends to push. So, depending upon what kind of speed you have, if you throw it harder, you can stay in the dry, and then just kind of lean it up against the oil.
Right.
If you throw it a little bit slower, I would move in a little bit more and go around it a little bit more. Nathan Bohr was very successful doing that on the pair, and he bowled 250. So most of these women's rev rate is a little bit lower than most.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably guess that they'll play in the oil because most people don't want to see their ball overhook.
Right.
So I would see them probably playing right around second arrow, keeping their hand up the back, just trying to control the pocket. And I think so we're getting rid of how many here now?
So if it's 4, you're taking 2.
There's 5.
And if you have 5, then you're taking 2 as well. Yeah.
Oh, it's not 3?
No, it is 3. Excuse me. If it's 5, you're taking 3. Correct. Okay. Yeah, my apologies.
So you have 3 of them there. So I think the first 3 people that get a double will make it on 51 and 2. And in front of us here we have Brian Borgett, who's going to back it up more than likely.
Yep.
You have Jake Peters, PBA champion. You have George Gohagian. I would call him a professional amateur.
Yep, I agree.
And then you have Joe Lippin, who won the Storm Shootout the other day. Mm-hmm. The pair next to that, we got Steve Klemkin, Steve Novak, Ramsey. I can't say how you say his last name. Caserto.
Yeah.
And then you have, who's in the corner? And Nathan Bohr.
Yep.
So you have a lot of really good players in front of us. I mean, you have guys with titles. You have Nathan Bohr, who has 40 regional titles. You got Steve Klemkin, who's made a Masters TV show. You got Jake Peters, who has a title. You got George Gohagian, who's won everything on earth. So, I mean, these are going to be really, really, really good. Some good, exciting action.
Yeah, and even with that, just a ton of experience too. They live for these moments. Again, it's a different format. We're not talking, match play or any kind of step ladder. This is, you're bowling for yourself, survive the pair, move on. One game and you're out. So, with Steve, he bowled eliminators back in the day. He bowled the high rollers where it was $1,000 entry fee and
Super Hoinky. Super Hoinky was the closest one.
Right.
You would bowl 5, and then the top 3 would go forward. So the format's similar, but it's interesting. We're going to see what's going to happen here. hopefully Eddie gets us some information on handicap and things like that, because there's no handicap in anything.
Right.
So,
and we'll give you guys the action as much as we know. You guys will know as well. Yeah. So Ramsey Baserto. Right on time. Thank you, Harvey.
Johnson coming through on clutch. Let's try to stay out of the settee area next time, please. We got handicaps in there? Oh, yeah, good.
Yep.
All right. What do we got? 57. We don't need 30. We don't need that one. You got the handicaps for the ladies. This is on the end. I can't really see that.
Here we go.
What do you got? That's 50. That's 5 and 6. That's on the other side.
We got 51 and
50. There's 55 and 6. You don't need that one. 53 and 4, and you got 51 and 2. These are ones we can just have to stay on date. That's the really important one. This will keep up to date as we go.
So in 51A, we've got Beatrice Marquez. We have Emily Schroeder, Martha Pasilio, Hannah Brookins, and Leslie Farrell. And again, like we talked about for the first stream, this is a tournament that really attracts everybody. We got 2 people from California, Mexico, Florida, and New York. So people travel to bowl this awesome event. We definitely think you should too. Plan it out on your schedule for next year if you're not here now. Again, great opportunity. You're here out in Las Vegas for Labor Day weekend. And again, it's a great place to spend some time. South Point property is unbelievable. I haven't even left here all week. Food's great. Entertainment's awesome. And I haven't had to go anywhere to go anywhere. So it's great.
I think the one thing that's cool about this event, especially the summer ones where they let the higher average players, the amateur players, the handicap players, they don't have to worry about bowling against the good bowlers until the end.
Right.
So, I mean, it's a fair event. Jamie does a good job. All his people do good. South Point is, I live right around the corner here, so I've been here since they built the place. So it ends up where this is a great place. We held many events here, U.S. Opens, and, your Open Championships are here. So it's a great venue. And, we'll see what happens. Jake Peters up right in front of us on lane 50 in the red shirt. He's not going to miss the pocket very often.
Another Vegas local as well.
Yeah, he's going to be one of my picks to he's not going to make many mistakes. Using a urethane ball, playing around 13, 14, his ball's not going to overhook. He's going to be able to control the pocket.
And even after you, like you mentioned before, keeping the ball in play and staying out of trouble. Right, that is still a key. Even though we're getting the transition, we're getting the breakdown, that's still a big key on the pattern like this. Even as it breaks down, it's still quite demanding. And you're throwing a urethane ball like you said Jake's doing, and Nathan's kind of soft and not creating a lot of angle as well. It's keeping the ball in play and staying out of trouble.
Something cool to take a peek at here on 49. Brian Borgett, he's actually backing it up.
Yes.
So he's a right-handed player that's backing it up, because the left historically has been pretty good here at the stadium. Or at the plaza.
Gorgeous plaza.
So actually there's 3 lefties bowling against Jake. So Jake's not going to see any transition at all. So I think that's a big advantage for Jake.
Huge. And for the lefties, they might see more transition. They're not used to seeing.
What are you trying to say? The lefties don't move their feet ever?
You said it, not me.
George is a good player here up on 50. Told you, I made my prediction on 51 and 2. The first three women to throw a double on 51 and 2 will move on. George is hooking a little more on this pair than he was the last pair.
A little
Starts
shimmy and
with
a shake.
A triple.
Looks like Emily does start with that double. So
Emily's going to be in. I'm making my predictions now.
I like it.
So there's one. Steve Novak caught a little bit of the wet dry, got it right a little quick, and it burned up and went forward. Mm-hmm. Good regional bowler, Midwest guy.
Great game, a great simple game, right? Like that's when you have less moving parts, there's a lot less that can go wrong.
He hasn't broke through on tour. He's made a finals here and there. Mm-hmm. Brian Borgett with what's he got? Spare double. It's only 1 miss on 49 and 50 so far.
Got some fireworks on that pair. Yep. Shaping up to be quite the grind fest so far in 51 52, as Jim mentioned. But again, guys, we've got some phenomenal talent in front of us and moving forward. Again, not featured on the pair right now. We still have our amateur division down on the low end and even our youth bowlers on the other side there. So we will see eventually everybody come together and see some exciting finals.
Joe Lippin got a little wide left.
That kid's from Bend, Oregon, loves the bowl, passionate, he's super fiery, love to see it. Definitely someone love to see find some success.
Let's see how. Oh. Beatrice with a good shot there. Beatrice, 176 average player. Keeping it in place. She's not going to give away the pocket. Jake Peters up on 49. No chance he's giving away the pocket. I've watched him bowl too many times.
What a shot there. Ring 10, but still a phenomenal shot. That pair is going to be exciting coming down the stretch.
A little higher rev rate from Hannah Brookins from Orlando.
Yep. Strike, open, strike there.
Oh, that's Ascona's girlfriend, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
that's
right.
She's
Christian
a player.
Christian Ascona's girlfriend. Wife could be, I don't know, girlfriend, I think.
I think it's girlfriend, yeah. She's keeping the dream alive for the family. Unfortunately, my boy did miss the cut last round, but she's keeping the dream alive for the group. So, Steve Clinton stepping up for 2-4-10. Again, someone playing the lane's pretty shallow as well. Leaked a little bit right, and in that wet dry, like you mentioned before, you get it just inside of it, it just misses it, and it's hard to get it back up the hill. Brian Bourget stepping on lane 50 with that backup ball. And again, that's the kind of two-landed revolution, having options on both sides of the lane with rev rate.
Look at that, Leslie Flarrell. How could she be here when the U.S. Open is in her hometown for tennis? Flushing, New York. That's where the U.S. Open for tennis is this week.
Yeah.
She said, I got to get away from there. There's too many people. I'm going to come to Vegas.
She said she'll get her fair share of Serena from TV.
Emily Schnitter with a spare.
Hit the board with a wrap 10 on lane 48. So we're seeing a little bit more shape being created from the open division. Like Jim mentioned, a lot of the guys did throw urethane a lot straighter or weaker reactive balls a lot straighter. So we're seeing Jake open up the lanes a little bit more. We're seeing Nathan Bohr open up the lanes to the front as well. Novak is still throwing a urethane ball to the right. So we'll see how that fares, as we progress forward and see if the move was hooking it a touch more or being straighter. So we'll see how that goes.
The one thing you'll see here, too, on 50 with Brian Bourget is he doesn't do this all the time. So he's going to be susceptible to throwing a bad one every now and then like he did this one. Like he should hook at this. I wouldn't think he's going to back this up. I think he's going to hook this one. Yeah, he hooked that one.
Good call.
Normally.
Great spare.
And he makes the spare. But he's going to not be able to repeat as much as he can throwing it his normal way. So keep an eye out for that, especially with three good players, with the left being good with Joe and George playing well, and then Jake being Jake, who's not going to miss the pocket. Mm-hmm. Brian's really got to pay attention.
That's just an unspoken word, right? Like Jake being the player that he is, knowing he won't give you much room.
Yeah, he don't give you anything.
It applies that extra bit of pressure to the other three players, knowing that, he's not going to give you a chance. And if he does, it's going to be very, very small.
He does this a lot where he'll throw a urethane ball, in the track and know that his ball's not going to overhook or, he can miss in a little bit and create a little bit of hole. Like we said last match, he did win the Clash in Maine this year in Portland. And he did the same thing that he's doing right now, just kind of playing between 10 and 15, and that's about 14 or 13. He's not going to miss the pocket. Got a good break there.
A little right down lane, but again, he's so soft and he has so much touch. That's the thing that makes Jake so special. It's so much touch. And you kind of have to do that as a moderate rev rate player. You kind of have to be just really good at the bottom, being soft, be able to create those tricks. Because you don't have that super rev rate that, some of the two-handers do. And he's really, really excellent at that, proving that get the ball right down lane, still able to leave a lower 7 there.
Off for Joe. We have 3 doubles up there now in 51 and 2. My prediction is in place.
Yep. I will put my money on.
So I got A. Not rooting against anyone else. I hope everyone else bowls great. But just in watching that pair, I would say A, C, and B are in good shape. I hope everybody strikes out. You know what I mean? There's nothing against, but just watching the tendency of the pair and
Oh, yeah.
doing it for a long time, it's just, I think that's the trend that I see. Got to take her time. She's in a little bit of a hurry. Leslie's got to slow down.
Oh, big break for Joe.
Yeah. Leslie's mind's going a little fast now. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more pressure than it was before. She just has to slow down a little bit and make sure she sticks to her fundamentals.
So chipping up with a 4-bagger on lane 50.
Book it.
Yeah.
5-bagger.
He wants it. A little extra fire today, I see.
Post 300 about every 2 days. Ah.
Coming into screen on lane 47, Nathan Bohr. He's got spare, strike, spare, spare. And strike there. So that pair is heating up to be pretty tight as well. That's going to be a good one down the stretch. Brian Bourget, step at him 49.
So these are 4 and 2, right? So 2 out, right?
Yep.
Good shot.
Just keep it in play. You know, like you say, throwing backup balls, but keeping it in play, keeping yourself out of trouble as much as you can.
Hannah.
Ooh.
Strike.
I like it.
Triple. Ramsey. Solid 9 going late. Joe, every now and then, gets around the side of it a little bit and, you know, makes it want to read a little bit earlier. He split 2 times in a row on the last pair, and this pair, he gets a little excited and he gets his elbow around it and makes it read a little sooner. Jake got the last one a little right. I don't see him missing right. Again, this should be right over his target around, 14 or so, right to little right of a tracer. So, and that should be flush. Oh, got a little slow. He got around it, too.
So if you're out on tour and you're seeing a player kind of going through what Joe's going through, he's maybe a little quick from the top, coming around it. Are you going to talk to them and say, hey, make them aware of it? Are you going to
wait on it? Just tell them to wait on it a little bit longer.
Yep.
That's not generated by his physical part. That's generated by his brain going too fast.
Right.
What happens is he's looking ahead. He's looking at the score already, going, I got double spare strike. I could shoot 240. I need another double or triple, instead of sticking to the process and making one good shot at a time and then letting it take care of. That's a big mistake by Jake Peter. You don't see that very often. He's being results-driven instead of process-oriented.
Right.
He's looking for results before sticking to the process, which that's never works out very good.
So would you ever mention anything about grip pressure to a player like that, or no?
I don't ever mention that ever.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But, I mean, a lot of the players that are bowling now are very similar, especially the righties. Look, you got Jake who controls the pocket. You got Nathan controls the pocket. You got Steve controls the pocket. Right. You got Novak using a urethane ball. They're all looking for the same thing, just to be able to control the pocket and hope it ends up good. Brian Borgett, 4-6. I told you, it's tough to repeat something you don't do every day.
Yeah. Especially at this kind of skill level, bowling against these kind of bowlers, it's tough.
Got another double for the ladies on E.
Yeah, you're just looking to avoid the mistakes, right? You keep the ball in play. You're looking to avoid any kind of 4-6s, 4-9s, big 4s. Any of those kind of designer spares. Big blower 7-10. Messenger carry for George Gohagen III.
The key is just getting it off your hand the same way. That's what we talked about. That's the difference between the players on 47 to 50 and then all the way over, with the the amateur players on the end. The handicap division is the ability to repeat their release more often over here on these pairs. So that's what they do better. But they do it as their job. That's the difference. They're not going to work 9 to 5 and then go on the bowl. Most of them. I mean, Steve's got a job with us, obviously, but Jake does it as his job. You know what I mean? And it's Behagian does it as his job. See, now Joe's a little out of sorts. The last one hooked, so he says, I'm going to make sure that I get it to the left. So what he's done is he's overcompensating for a bad shot, which is one of the worst things that you can do. Ramsey with a great shot right there. That gives him a double. He's got spare double, spare double. This is exactly what Joe did last game. Started with the front six, and he went open.
Yeah.
He's got to learn that when you get it, the great bowlers, if you watch, they kind of grind through the first 5 or 6 frames, and they finish the game very strongly.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the key is starting fast isn't always the best way to go.
And again, I think that just comes with, we talked about George and Jake and these guys, it comes with so much experience. They've done it for so long at every level. And they know that, mentally down the stretch is when all the wins happen. It's frame 7, 8, 9, 10.
Look how much quicker Joe's walking back. He doesn't have the same gait that he had before. It's a deal where he's getting faster and faster and faster. So when he goes up next time, it's hard for him to keep his mind slow so that he can, make a rational decision of what to do. Hey, I need to throw it better. I need to roll it over my target because now his mind's going 400 miles an hour. George looks like his is like slow motion.
Yep.
Yeah. It looks like in baseball, like when the ball looks like a beach ball. Yeah. When the guys, their mind's going fast, the ball looks like a ping pong ball.
Absolutely.
Same thing.
Been there before. Is there a particular person on tour that sticks out to you the most, that does that the best, in your opinion?
I mean, I think that's why Jason's the best in the world. He's the most mentally strong. I think that Anthony is probably the most talented bowler in the world, with tricks and skills and all the things. Mm-hmm. Jason's great. Probably the greatest bowler of all time, in my opinion. I'm a little biased. But, I mean, it's a deal where he very rarely gets off his process of what he's trying to do. And I think the reason why our team has done good the last, 3 or 4 years is that we've really concentrated on making sure that, I send a lot of videos to the guys. They read books, different things. And we concentrate on the process part of the game, which is way more important. I think if you're not mentally strong, it doesn't matter how good a bowler you are. And I think that's the big thing of why Kyle Troop made the turn. He went from the first 2 years he bowled on tour, he went 0 for 14 in cashes. Now he made $500,000 last year, bowler of the year. This year he won the playoffs. He's won like 4 things in a row because he understands that he has to be mentally there every single frame. And when you don't, that's when things that happen like Joe happen.
Yeah.
When you see people missing 2 and 3 times in a row, that means that mentally their mind is going too fast. If you see the other people, you can look in any sport. Process is very driven. If you think about Joel Embiid, called the process in basketball, you watch everybody all the time. I actually was watching a baseball game last night, and they were interviewing Mookie Betts in the outfield. And he's actually in the process now of reading books to help him to be able to stick to his process and do things more that way. So I think that's the biggest tip that you have. When you get frustrated, just take a break for a second. Step back, get some water, deep breath, and keep going from there.
So we're getting to the late frames now. We've got 7, 8, 9, 10 to go. This is when it starts to get tight. And piggybacking off of what Jim said, you can't start to think about it, right? You can't think about it in the tournament. You can't think about
30. We need 37 and 8. Someone asked how Carly Medina's ball. What letter's Carly? A, 37, A. Carly has a triple. He looks like he's doing okay.
Doing okay. Big 10's frame will get him in.
Super close, though. I mean, I don't know who C just opened. They could shoot 212. The bottom guy is pacing. If he strikes out, he shoots up 210. So Carly should be okay. Sorry about that. We got caught up in a little bit of a tangent there, Justin.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out there for it. Keep an eye out on that for you. No problem at all. Let's see where we're shaping up here.
I'll still take my predictions. Oh, we got handicapped, though. I forgot. That's this one here. Yeah, that's where we got that 37 and 8. You might have to look at the handicap for Carly. You have that one.
Oh, there's none added, unfortunately.
Oh, it doesn't have it on there?
One thing to keep in mind, Hannah Brookins definitely has maybe one of the best bar reactions, but only 12 pins of handicap. And so keep that in mind as well as we get down to the stretch.
Who did I say I thought was going to get in A, B, and C, right?
Yeah, you said Emily was your horse.
Yeah, A, B, and C we got.
Yeah.
She got a ton of hand. She gets 28.
28. She's got double,
it's
spare,
funny.
4-bagger.
The other two get 55 each. They have almost identical average, 159 at 160. You
Yeah.
know what? That's what makes it fair. These are great events. And the one thing I will tell you,
Mm-hmm.
I've been around high rollers and mega bucks, bowled them all in the 90s. I'm going to tell you, anything can happen. Because the more money you bowl for, the more nervous that people get. You can see people do things that you'll never see. I mean, I've seen guys, when they need 5 pins, pull it and get 3 off the left. I've seen people leave the 1-2 and miss them both to the right when they needed a spare. So don't be shocked if you see things happen that are very, very odd.
And again, talking about piggybacking off what you said about Joe, look at Jake. Jake does have a 7-1 in the 5th and kind of calms his brain and throws up a double. So again, constant professional there. That's what you got to do to be great. That's what it takes. That's what Jake does.
That's what Joe's working to get to.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing. I think what we did with all our young guys, whether it's, Chris Vi or Darren Tang or Mikey Tang or Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman, all our young guys, we really concentrate on making them mentally tougher, and it's worked out really, really good. Emily putting a session on over there.
Jason Settle, is there a way we can get a list of bowlers? Which lanes do you want to see? We have a list in front of us. We can't put it on the screen, but we do have a list in front of us that we can provide you. So if you have a question, let us know who you are looking to find information about.
By the way, if I was a betting man, Storm B28 right there has to be either from Chicago or Wisconsin. Ask where are you from, Storm B?
Storm B28, where are you from? So it looks like Carly Medina did get to 203. And it looks like C can throw all 3 in the 10th for 212. So we'll keep you updated on that.
And then the bottom guy's got 173. He's pacing. Carly's in trouble.
Yeah. Yep, Carly, unfortunately, is officially out with that strike by B bowler.
See, Joe threw that one better. Chicago, I win. I told you.
Chicago.
Burger is a Chicago word.
1 for 1.
I told you. Burger is a Chicago word. I even picked the exact city where I told you where the guy was from.
You've been around the block, man. You know what you're doing out here.
George K. Hagan. Oh, we got that one in. Laid like a rug.
All right, Jason, I'll run down those lists for you really quick. Starting with 47, Nathan Bohr, Steve Klimkin, Steve Nomak, and Ramsey Barcerto. Moving on to lane 50. Do you have 50 over there? Oh, we have it right here. Brian Bourget, Jake Peters, George Gohagan, and Joe Lapon.
51 and 2 is right in front of you.
Going 51, 42, we have Beatrice Marquez, Emily Schneider, Martha Placio. Peliasis? I apologize. Hannah Brookins and Leslie Farrell.
53 and 4 is Shauna Strauss, Elena Purdy, Corrine Acuff, Stephanie Della Bernarda, and Susan Cabarubias. So 55 and 6, you got Robert Groth, Jamie or Jaime Banabin, Raymond Stead, Angelito Hilvano, and Daniel Batista. And on the end pair, 57 and 8, you have Aaron Pudicat, Sam Wadley, Joe Pepitone, famous player for the Yankees, Joe Pepitone, Richard Sampson, and Roland Castellano.
7th to the 10th frame on some pairs, 9th to 10th frame, 47. It looks like Novak. We talked about before, but see how that urethane ball held up, and I would say held up quite well. He's got a double spare 6-bagger, 276 going into the 10th frame. So
he's giving away the pocket, man.
Locked
Same
up
with
that
Jake.
win.
It's a big one for Jake right here.
Oh, what a shot.
Flat 10. That's the only problem with using urethane in the track. Most of them you tend to play a little straighter, but
we got a bit of a race for the other 3. I think Nathan can lock it up with all 3 in the 10th. Nope, excuse me.
What's Nathan got? Nathan got 218 if he strikes out.
Yep. Ramsey has 230.
What letter is he?
He's D.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a race there. Can't count out Steve. You never know what Nathan and Ramsey may
Stevie's
do.
he's got 2-0, that's all. If he cheats. 213, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Lower 710 for Nathan.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Bye-bye.
That makes
That's bad luck
that makes
right there.
Ramsey's job a little bit easier in 10th frame.
That's bad luck right there.
Yeah. And again, Nathan, like we talked, being a professional, clean game, worked hard, managed to pocket well, had all 9 spares and strikes, and an unfortunate blower 17.
That's really bad luck right
Yeah.
there. That's a lot of 194 game right there.
Yeah.
So you figure it's going to be blah, 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 yeah.
Novak and Ramsey as of right now.
Bourget and Gahagan look good on this pair.
And the question is the left side, having that transition a little bit better, or again, Jake threw some great shots down the stretch. Stepping on to 51-52. This is your pair here.
They bowled a lot better than I thought they would. They bowled better than the guys did last time there.
Hey, that straighter angle to the fronts, man, keeping the ball out of play. It definitely makes it a little bit easier for them.
I told you the first 3 doubles. I'm still taking my bet. Not really, because the girl on E gets 55 pins.
Right, I was going to say that.
So it's still close. It's a good chance it could be ACE.
ACE.
Yeah, instead. Yeah, she gets 55 pins. She's bowling over her average. Her average is 159. Who's E? Martha Palacios. So, yeah, I mean, she's controlling the pocket. She just split right there. So that you figure she's going to have 157 if she doesn't make this. You add 55 on top of that. It's 207. It's 213. She's pacing 230. So she looks like she's in good shape. Brian just doing what he has to do. Plenty good.
Yep, that locks him up.
222, yep. So it's going to be George and Brian. George and Brian there, and then on the other pair, it's going to be Novak and
Novak and Ramsey. Oh.
You just missed a 5-pin, bro, by a foot. I told you. What'd I tell you? By the way, what I tell you happens at the tournaments. You just saw it. The guy missed a 5-pin by a foot to the left when he needed a spare.
That brings Steve into play now.
That brings Steve Klemkin right back into play now.
Hey, I said don't count him out.
All he needed was a spare.
Yeah.
Missed a 5-pin. I told you. I've seen crazy things at these. George, 258.
It's 2 big games for George. I believe he went 40-50, so he's definitely got a good look.
Man, it looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
She beat all the guys on that pair by a lot. Steve ain't missing the pocket here.
Bang.
No chance.
What a shot.
No chance. He needed that one, too.
Sure did. That advances him. Tough break for Ramsey. I mean, hey.
If you think about it, if Ramsey makes the spare, he can only get 11 more. That would have been 210. So if Steve gets 8, it wouldn't really matter. But it did definitely make Steve's ability to get up into 10th, a lot less stressful if he makes the. But he missed a 5-pin. That's crazy. 2 shockers on that pair. Nathan Bohr and Steve Klemkin.
So Hambrooken gets to 197 with the spare plus 12. That's going to be a tough one. We've got Beatrice Marquez, 222 with 43. So that's a huge 260
Never
game.
missed a pocket, yeah.
Yeah, huge 260 game for her.
Yep.
Emily,
Beatrice has 265. Emily gets 28, so she's got 249. I believe our girl Hannah's in trouble.
Yes.
She's already out of the wood. You figure if she's got 209, the other girl's already got 213, so it's going to be the top 3.
Yeah,
I was close. Yep.
But that's piggybacking off of what you said. Keeping the ball in play, even if the pair was difficult, keeping the ball in play, keeping the ball in front of them, just keeping it easy.
Yep.
You shoot some scores like that.
That's all it is.
And the question is how does that play out as we get further in the rounds? We get into the division when we actually combine everybody together?
I think it favors the left-handers because they don't have as much transition as the righties do.
Right.
And historically, it's been pretty good here. Like you say, Buttrick has won a lot of things here, and you're gonna have a hard time beating George Gahagan, I think.
We look at that shot by Joe. He strikes in the field shot and kind of shakes his head. It was slower. It was under pace. It was kind of getting back under control.
Yep.
Exactly what you said in frame 5-6. That brain gets going. You start speeding up, and it just makes it hard. When it's all over, right? The field shot always strikes. That's what we always say.
Absolutely.
That's a valuable lesson for everybody listening, and even Joe himself, if he does come back and watch this. When the going gets tough, you do what Jake did. Unfortunately 7-1, but hey, you went and threw a 3-bagger, threw it great in the 9th. Ring 10's there. If he doesn't ring 10, he's got a chance to be in. Jake does. So
Okay, so we're good there. The first 3 pairs have been established. So who do we got over there? We got Steve Novak. We got Steve Klemke.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have Brian Bourget and George Gahagan.
Yep.
Here we have ACE.
Yep. So Beatrice Marquez, Emily Schneider, and Martha Palacios.
Let's go to the next pair. I got that one. 53 and 4.
Yep.
It looks like Shauna Strauss had 193 and 26. So that's what's that? 219. 219 for Shauna Strauss. 200 and Elena Purdy had 177 plus 48. So she had 225. You writing these down, or you don't need. So we got
Shauna had
219.
219.
Elena Purdy had 225. Corinne Acuff had 226 if she strikes. B, Stephanie Bella Bernarda, she gets 38. She had 183, so she's out. And Susanna Cavara-Buyas had 186. So it appears it's going to be Elena Purdy and Corinne Acuff. Corinne needed that double in the 10th to make it.
You heard a little buzz from the Arizona group over there. So quite a few people that came up to cheer her on. It looks like we got one more shot on lane 55, and that will actually wrap up this round. So thank you so much for joining us. We will be back here in a moment for the next round. After that, we will be getting to the finals of each division. So again, we're progressing here, folks. We hope you are enjoying your Labor Day weekend, tuning in for some bowling. Again, thank you, Jim, so much for joining us in here. You call it great, man. Sharing your wealth of knowledge has been fantastic. Thank you so much for everything you pass along. And thank you so much for joining in. We will see you guys here in a bit.
Bowl up.
One. Switching to. And we are back for round number 4 of the 2022 TAT Las Vegas Open. I again am Kendall Miles, joined by everybody's favorite Storm Nation podcaster, Blair Blumenscheid. Thank you so much for joining me. We are getting down to the fun stuff.
We have 2 rounds left.
2 rounds left.
2 rounds left in every division.
Mhm.
Junior division's already decided.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Big
here we go.
congrats, Nick Reese, moving on, winning the youth division.
It's amazing.
Yep. So in front of us, we have 49. That is going to be your amateur division. So we have Anthony Santos from California, Brian Wog, and then Kevin Valmonte, also from California as well. And then on 45, they're not quite in frame, but we do have in our ladies division, Corinne Acuff, Beatrice Marquez, Emily Schneider, and Alana Purdy.
Nice, nice.
And
And then
then-
we have 49. Do you have 49 and 50?
So we need 41.
Oh, you did.
51.
Okay, perfect. 51, Steve Klemkin, Brian Burgett, Steve Novik, and George Gohagen III. GG3. He's in it still. He's made a run at the TAT every time he bowls, I swear.
And he has an unbelievable look. He's been able to, adjust that last block. Jim and I were talking. He did play him pretty straight, but what he has a little bit of a trick with that urethane ball to kind of get it a hook and shape a little bit. So he's got a fantastic look. Steve Novak still throwing that urethane ball nice and straight and firm. Great look. And then again, Steve Klimkin able to double and attempt that last match after an unfortunate 5-pin miss to get himself into this round.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the first 5-pin miss that the other bowler's done. Tim Cagle was telling me, so it's not that's just, it might be even a mental block at this point, which sucks. You get in those modes where a pin is a mental block.
You're bowling for this kind of cash. You just never know what you'll see. You might see some 5-pins or some single pin misses or some gutters or some weird leads every so often. So, and it happens. But here, that's why we're able to catch the coverage here, show you what we got going on. We got some exciting matches here down the stretch. What we will do, if your bowler you want to watch is not on the stream, we'll do our best to give you scoring updates. We do have handicaps in front of us. We do have names, so if you're cheering for somebody that's not quite on stream, we will do our best to share that information with you as well. And then we do have our handicap, a regular handicap down on 39 and 40 as well. So
yeah,
we'll do our best with that one. That one's a little bit far out of frame for us, but if you have some questions, we'll do our best to get that going.
for sure.
So again, we talked about this last block. We have a bit of a unique situation or unique style with Brian Bourget. I'm not sure how much you've seen so far, Blair. I know you've been walking around and watching and talking to people. He is a two-handed right-hander. It does throw a normal ball.
100%.
Yep. But the left side's so good that he's like, you know what, I'm gonna back it up, and he's in this round now.
Yeah,
so.
he started doing that when he was at the high end. And Jim and I were calling the action earlier, and that's when he started doing it. Found something, and I don't think it's working out. He's made it 2 more rounds.
It's a tough one on 49 and 50. Kevin Valmonte and Anthony Santos are actually really, really good buddies. They travel to events together. Yeah. They room together. They're really, really good buddies. And, one of them might move on and one might not. So I can guarantee they're going to cheer for each other afterwards, but definitely put you in a tough spot. Have you been put in a situation like that, Blair, where you're bowling a friend or bowling a buddy at all?
Sure. Yeah, I think everyone has. Because the bowling community is so great, and that's what you do. You make friends along the way, and yeah, for sure.
Kevin Sproul, can you keep us updated on Nick? Yes, he did win the youth division, so you'll see Nick in the finals of each division. So it won't be for a few rounds, but I'll definitely keep you updated. But Nick did win the youth, so big congrats to him.
All right, we're going to see Mr. Brian. Let's see what he can do. And again, so now that they're down to 3 and 4 pairs, Brian Waugh up in 50. So they're down to 3 or 4 bowlers on a pair, excuse me. So one is moving on.
Yep. Ooh,
1 or 2.
Little love tap.
4 you got 2 and 1. Or is it 1 off of the 4 pairs too?
It's 2. Two
Okay,
off of the
2
four.
off of the 4 pairs.
Yep.
Yeah, there was confusion earlier because we thought there was one pair that had more than they had. I think so.
That would be quite ruthless. 1 off of 4 pairs.
I know, right? Like, yeah.
Um, but yeah, again, 51 52 has been kind of the trickier pair. So Jim and I kind of called that was going to be a tough pair for the ladies. We did have 2 of them shoot 220, which is a fantastic score. But now we've got a lot more transition, a lot more rev rate. So we'll see how this plays out for our open division. But this pair has been a bit tricky as of this morning, just with the play and different type of bowlers that have been on it so far. So we'll see how that plays out throughout the match.
Yeah, so now that more bowlers have been starting to get eliminated, you see a crowd of friends behind them. So you're going to hear some cheering and clapping, and it's pretty exciting.
Robert, what is the pattern? It's a 40-foot sport-compliant pattern, about 2.5 to 1, using ice oil. Been quite challenging this week, especially being in this building. We've seen urethane balls being thrown. We've seen people kind of slow hooking them from in, and they've transitioned quite a bit. A little hip wiggle there by Gohagen.
Totally.
But yeah, it's been a great event, great pattern. Not too easy, not too hard, playable for everybody. And again, it's testament to how great this tournament is. Everybody has a chance to strike and find success. So, Scooby, is Bohr still in? No, unfortunately, last round he had a blower 17 in the 10th that did cause him to advance, but he bowled a fantastic game. Just really kept a nice, clean game until the 10th frame, and he did bowl fantastic. And unfortunately, blower 17 did cost him from moving on.
All right, Brian is on a double, so I just jinxed him on 49. You'll see him hopefully strike here for a turkey. Jinxed him.
The Blair Black Cloud strikes again.
I thought he even had some shamrocks, but I guess it's just a green jersey. I thought he was wearing like a Lucky shirt, so it's pretty cool.
We look at the players, on 51, 52, quite a bit of experience. Steve has high roller, the eliminator. He's been bowling for a very long time. George Gohagen's went on every level. Just seems to shoot 300 every 3 or 4 days or so. So
100%.
So much experience. Say with Steve Novak, guy's been bowling for a long time. So, one thing Jim and I spoke about last game was just the mental side of it and how you have to stay tougher as you get into these rounds, as we're bowling for a lot of money, as you get down the stretch, and slowing your brain down. And I think that comes with that maturity and that comes with that experience that these players do have on 51 and 52, really all of them. But especially, they've been doing it for so long, right? And they've been doing it since we've been alive.
Totally. On 49, though, Brian had that nice conversion of the split. Did you see? Yeah, he picked that up, the 2-4. Yep. Yeah. No, you bring it up, and it's good that the open division gives the bowlers that may not compete against the open bowlers a chance to see how they do things. So
great
can learn
shot,
from
Anthony
them too.
Santos. Keep your eyes out on him. Great game, simple, really, really good guy. We're definitely got some fireworks. We look at we have on 45, a little bit out of frame there. We have a spare 3-bagger and a 4-bagger. So a little fireworks on that pair as well.
Yep, for sure.
Brian Bourget steps up. Great shot.
Carries it.
This is going to be a dogfight here, Blair. We're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
We're in for a treat.
Yeah. So Steve is stepping up on lane 52, and he doesn't currently have a strike. So, like he does, he's sparing through 3, but I think he'll really need to. He'll need a couple, at least a double or 2, to make it into the next round.
Yeah, I'll throw a good one here.
Wow. That lane hooks a lot in the front part. So.
Yeah, so we talked about that. Like I said, that's a tough one because
it's been all day. 52 has just started hooking in the front part of the lane all day long. Yeah. It's crazy.
And again, with this being a 40-foot pattern, there's so many ways to attack it, right? You can get firm and stay right, or try to slow hook them from in, and Steve's a little bit in a spot where he doesn't have quite the rev rate that some of the guys do that are hooking urethane, so kind of puts him in a tough spot. But again, Steve's got so much experience that he'll find a way to get the job done.
Yeah, and if you remember, Kendall, when we were in here game 1, remember how we commented on everybody staying to the right? And we said, we're like, oh, that's weird. Like, everybody was choosing to play to the right, even though all week they were kind of playing all over. And then
Right.
they started moving in.
Hmm.
But I do think that, especially on lane 52, that affected how these pairs played all day long, just by that choice of the field, which you'll run into.
Okay, staying clean. Again, keeping yourself out of trouble is a big thing on this stage. You don't want to give your opponents a bit of any breathing room. So that's the biggest thing to keep in mind. So you're not you obviously want to strike as much as you can, but not giving them any breathing room and staying clean is big. Oof.
Yeah.
Go Hagen. It's gonna be a tough one to beat, Blair.
Oh yeah, he is. I mean, he always is.
Does he?
Every TAT that I've been at in recent years, he's always made it to either the finals, this round, or next round.
Yeah.
Like, he's always in it. He's always in it. He's just a great bowler. He puts himself in the position to win a lot.
We got some action. So Brian Bourget, 3-bagger after the 8 spare. Yeah, Steve's gonna need to. It's gonna make it a lot harder for himself if he throw a strike here. Got to get on the board. So the question is, if you're Steve, what are you gonna do? Are you going to try to get firm and stay right, or slow hook it? So this is gonna be a pretty pivotal shot here for him to try to get back in this match, and we'll see what he does. Kevin Belmonte stepping up. He's got strike spare, strike spare. This is his good lane, so see if he keeps that alive.
And one's only making it off of 49 and 50.
Yep.
You have to be one.
And it's up pretty tight thus far, so it's anybody's game.
Chad Lush is in. Chad, why isn't he bowling this weekend? He could have been bowling here.
Totally could have been.
He believes the championship is going to need 250 plus to win. I would take the under on that. I don't think it's going to need 250.
Yeah, I would agree. They're going to get more chopped up. They're going to be a little bit harder. They have that $15,000 squeeze factor in play as well.
Well, and the scores haven't been super high on the fresh.
I agree.
So.
Oh, he did.
Oh, I didn't even see you.
I didn't.
Oh, man. Sorry, Chad. Did you come before I was here? Did you not say hi to me? Jeez.
Tough break, missing by 6. Good bowling. 695 is a big score. That was a huge score this week. They both Saturday.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, Brian throwing a urethane ball. Couple of flat hits here, but still keeping the ball in play, managing the pocket. What you got to do? Oh,
good stop. Good stop. Makes me want to. That always makes me feel like I'm gonna break my arm. Like, just watching it, it's painful. So, all right, Steve Klemkin. I would say he has to pick up this baby split because he still is without a strike.
I agree. Oh.
All right, so that's tough.
Yeah.
Steve has an 83 in the 5th, and he needs to start striking. But he could. I mean, never take him out of a
He did
conversation.
He did it last game.
Yeah.
Great shot, Santos, keeping himself in it. This is going to be a tight one here for sure. I'm glad that we have these pairs right here in the front. And again, if you guys have questions at all, we'd love to provide information for you on the other pairs.
George Cohagen putting on a clinic.
That's quite the fan base back there, being a Vegas local. Hey, there's something else about bowling an event like this and sleeping in your own bed.
Absolutely. Yeah,
That's a big factor as well.
I miss GG3's mom. She's the best. Shout out to her.
Oh, big double for Kevin.
That is big.
Striking on his bad lane. This is going to be tight. This is going to be a tight one.
Well, I always say that most of this stuff comes down to the 8th, 9th, and 10th anyway, because these matches are just everyone that's here has worked really hard to get here all week. They bowled a lot of games. They probably have seen Fresh and the Burn for the most part because they'll bowl some other stuff. But
Steve's up on the right lane. There we go.
There's a strike.
Looks
Very
like he
nice.
moved in a little bit, got his feet away from all that hook in the front, and is on the board. So again, you can't count him out. You never know, but he would need to put on his track shoes here and give himself a chance. Brian on the board after nice pair, strike. We've got a tight one, 108, 116, 110. So that's going to be exciting down the stretch for sure.
That is super tight.
God, Novak just packing him away. What a player. So, question from Darren. How was the youth participation in this TAT? Quite prevalent, I'd say, for being the first one.
Yeah, they did this junior division, but what's interesting about the TAT, this is the first time there was ever a separate division for juniors. But juniors can bowl any of the TATs.
Right.
So you can come and shoe up, and the money goes towards smart money regardless. And I think it was decent. There's so many, and Darren, you know this because of your youth bowler in your house. But there's so many opportunities for youth bowlers. So the Parker Bone III Scholarship Tournament was also this weekend out in Labor Day, cool. Out in New Jersey. And there's also some PBA junior events. So these kids just have so much to bowl in. So I think what was cool at this tournament was, like, we just did an interview earlier today with a family that everybody bowled. So the dad bowled, the mom bowled, and the youth bowler bowled. Yeah. And that, I think that's what's really cool about the TAT is, if a youth bowler or a kid was coming to hang out with their dad and had to watch him bowl for however many maybe rounds it took them to get into the finals, or maybe it was just one, but it's kind of cool they can come out and bring their stuff and bowl too. Right. So
yeah, it's great. If I was a youth, I'd definitely do it with my parents if it was that time frame. Big shot by Kevin. He wants it. Look at that. 3-bagger by Kevin Belmonte on lane 50.
Jumping out in the lead on this pair.
So again, like we talked about before, how people start to the right. Kevin is the one who's kind of migrated early, got his feet away from the early hook, and kind of softened up with his hand to create that motion down lane. He needs to get it back. So maybe that's the trick here. We're starting to see with the right-handers. Just starting to open up your angles just a hair. Getting your feet a touch deeper. So like Brian has done the same, and now he's on the board with the double.
Brian is saying, I'm not giving up. He's got a double.
He said, I'm here to play. Another great shot by Novak. Now Santos, he is playing further to the right. His feet are much straighter up the lane.
Ball's just too early.
Yeah, just too early. And his hand is quite soft, and he's able to float through the fronts quite well. But I just think that part of the lane just hooks quite a bit. It's going to make it pretty hard for him to get it through there.
They are the lanes will not be oiled again until the finals. So they are bowling on whatever was left behind this morning.
There you go, Steve with a nice double. To keep himself in it, Santos definitely needs to run down this spare.
Nice spare, nice spare.
I'm not a big fan of 3-6 combination spares, Blair. They're not my friend.
I don't think they're many people's friends. Sabrina's tuning in to watch her uncle bowl in the finals. Hello, Sabrina. Thanks for cheering him on. We hope you're having a good Labor Day.
Gohagen strikes after his unfortunate break in the 6th. Bourget steps up on a spare. As of right now, it's between Bourget and Gohagen. Match is still tight. Great shot. This is just heavyweights. Haymaker, haymaker, uppercut, uppercut, jab, jab. I mean, this is a fun to watch so far.
100%.
Belmonte for the 4-bagger. What a shot. Oh,
that's nasty. That is, I'll tell you what, 49 and 50 has been mean this week. That shot right there, and then there was another shot earlier in the week that happened on lane 50 during the storm shootout when we were getting down to the finals where a 10-pin slid over to the 8-pin position. So that pair is mean. Good thing the finals are on 47-48.
So what you're saying is don't get this pair if you bowl USBC Open Championships here in the future.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's that. I mean, I think anyone you talk to about this South Point is pair to pair. It's tricky. Like, that's the fun part of bowling. Like, it's a puzzle. You don't know what you're going to face until you start bowling.
So Novak does leave a 4-pin in the 8th, so that opens the door just a hair for Brian.
Does it really?
Just a little bit.
I don't know. See, he's pretty outright like leading because remember 2 go on. So I really think we're vying for that second place position on this pair.
Yeah.
Because Steve is he's out to a really fast. He's like, if you're running a marathon right now, he's sprinted through the first like however many miles you have to run.
True that, ZT. True that. I'll take a Stone 8 over a Smash 7 all day.
Amen.
I'd take neither, but if I had to take one, I'll take the Smash 7.
Yeah.
Great spare, runs it down. So for Gohagen here, he's got to keep pace with Brian. So this is a pretty big shot going into the 8th frame.
Yeah, it's huge.
If he strikes here, you're gonna hear this one.
Yeah.
We've got some intense matches down on 39 and 40. Again, Alex brings a big group of bowlers to this event, and they all support each other. So you're gonna hear some of them get quite loud here down the stretch.
It's everybody.
It's everybody, really.
Everybody that makes the finals. So I think was July the first stat you were at?
It was first one.
Yeah. So every finals, everyone stays around. They don't leave. So it's like you see behind over here on the ladies pair, just off camera for our friends at home. There's probably 50 people watching, and it's about to get really loud in here when that comes down to the finals because it's pretty close, and there's some pins. So like you hear it right now. There's just clapping. Like
little update on that pair. Karina Acuff. She can punch for it looks like 211. She's got 12 a game. Beatrice, an unfortunate open in the 8th. She can max out now at 210 with 43. Emily Snyder looks like she can max at 213 with 203 with 28. And then we've got Alana Purdy. She can max for it looks like 190 with 48. So
yeah,
little close there.
Yeah.
Something to keep an eye on. But yeah, what you said, Blair. Corinne, I believe it's Corinne. She has quite the crowd behind her. One being Jacob Butcher.
Yeah.
And Matthew Zweig. So.
Yeah. So you're gonna, and then even on our scratch or our open pair, there's a crowd around there. And last match there was cheering. So, but that's what's cool about the TAT because everyone is in Vegas. Most people traveled. Most people were planning to stay here the entire day anyway.
Great spare.
And so why not just cheer on whoever makes it to the final match? So you'll see in that finals, the stadium seating will be full and everyone will be watching.
So, Steve can apply the pressure here with the strike.
Which he does.
He's doing it. See,
yeah.
Again, that's why that man's a Hall of Famer. Starts off with a rough start. Opens in the 5th, but then throws a 4-bagger.
Yep.
True professional, and that's what it takes. Getting that heart rate down, being able to think clear when you're under pressure. And now he's in the match again. He at least has a pop.
Yeah.
Especially what George does here. It's a big strike. Big shot for George in the 9th. Looks decent.
It's a good shot.
Oh, he wants it. Look at that. So that one come down to the wire. We got Anthony Santos in lane 50. Keeping himself in the match. Great shot. Keeping himself in the match. He can max at 216.
That was huge. I think that double actually, because now, you put pressure on the other people that you're bowling against, and now they have to perform. So striking in the 10th was huge for him right there.
Brian Bourget with a huge strike in the 9th. He can shoot 260.
Yeah.
So we have 250 and 260 for Steve Novak and Brian Bourget. That could be your two there.
Right.
But you just
You
never
never
know,
know,
Blair.
yeah.
15,000 on top. You got some of the best bowlers in the building right now. You never know.
Yeah, and Brian has to go, well, he'll either go last or second to last. So he'll know what he needs to get, basically.
Big double by Anthony Santos. Stepping up in the 10th. Again, making Kevin and making Brian feel their pressure. Making them have to work to earn it. Again, this is, Blair, this is exciting. I'm loving it. This is great so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Steve with a big strike. Look at that. Applying the pressure. Letting you know that I am still here.
Yeah, he's going to make people strike or spare. You never know.
Buff Love, yes, that was a backup ball you saw from Brian Bourget. Big shot by Kevin. Stepping up under pressure. He can max out for 225. So if he does double, that does eliminate Anthony Santos. Oh boy, we got action. Steve Novak does not strike in the 10th, maxing him out at 230 now. Excuse me,
Yeah.
So that does change things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Great performance by Santos. Go ahead, Blair. I'm sorry.
No, Novak can go out for 247, I believe.
Yep.
These scores are tricky, so you have to trust that what you see is what you get.
But just like that, he is back in it. Great performance by Santos. Steve with the big double. Giving him a chance at 230.
Yeah, I mean, he can go to 233, which really makes Gohagen. I mean, well, he's actually, Gohagen should be, assuming Gohagen goes up and does not do anything crazy,
right,
he should be good. He should be solidly in. Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's big.
Again.
227. So Steve could be in. Steve could strike here. Not Steve. So Steve Klemkin.
Yeah.
Right. Like not Steve Novak.
Stevie
yeah.
K. Stevie
yeah.
K.
We got two Steves.
So titles, Joe didn't. He had an unfortunate split in the 5th and 6th frame of the last round, and was not able to advance. So, but he did make a great run. He bowled well today. And just like that, you can't count out Steve.
Absolutely.
Look at that. He does it again. Back-to-back rounds. Looked like he was down. Looked like he was down and out. Found a way to get it done. Great shot.
That's enough for, I'm sorry, who was the bowler on 49? Isn't that enough? 224?
I think he can shoot 225, so he can win by 1 now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
But Novak was a lock.
Yeah.
He was a lock. We counted him in the next round.
No, I'm talking on 49.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, 224, because our friend Valmonte, he looked like he needed that one. I don't think he needed it.
So I think if he throws it there, he can automatically force him to tie. Now he can lose by 1.
Okay,
yeah.
I got you, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brian could go out.
Yeah, Steve Novak was a lock, and just like that,
yeah,
you just never know what's gonna happen. So Brian stepping up, bang! What a shot!
Yep.
What a shot! This is when it's in your hand. Fate is in your hand. You can win it, or you can lose it. It's all in your hand. So see if Brian can do it. Yeah, great. Yeah, Sabrina, great bowling by Steve. I mean, that game's so good. Just it happens sometimes.
It's been good. He's such a great tournament bowler.
He is.
Man.
With the Swisher 5 by George Gohagen to not advance.
Wow.
What a shot.
That was an unbelievable shot, and he won it.
And Sabrina, your uncle does survive. Brian with a big shot. and he
Brian moves on.
delivers.
Yes. Now
Brian is in.
He is.
So advancing out of the amateurs, it's going to be Brian Wog. Great bowling by him. Great bowling by George Gohagen. Unfortunate break in the 10th frame, and Steve Klumpkin just staying in it. What a guy.
Yeah, he's survived 2 really close, like 10th frame, 9th, 10th frame matches the last 2 games. So.
Wow, that was great to watch. Pleasure to call. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. That was exciting. That's why we love to do what we do, providing you guys this content. We will be back here in a moment. Thank you so much to Ms. Blair for joining me. It's been fantastic calling it. And we will be back, folks. So stay tuned. Keep your food close. I know you guys are having some great barbecue on this Labor Day. Stay close. We'll be back here in a moment. And again, we will see you guys here soon.
Set up the 31 and 32. I'm just going to have those on open bowling so you can
All right, we are back again for the round 5 of the 2022 TAT Las Vegas Open. I am Kendall Miles, joined by Storm Ambassador, 5-time Eagle winner, Matt McNeil. Matt, how you doing, man?
Doing great, Kendall. Doing good.
Thank you for joining me, man. It's going to be a
Absolutely.
pleasure to call this with you. We're in for some very exciting bowling. I think these last 2 rounds have been nothing shy of awesome. Um, we what we've been touching on quite a bit is how 15 grand is a lot of money, and it can make some bowlers do some pretty weird things. Um,
Oh yeah. 15,000 is nothing to scoff at.
yeah.
Definitely. I mean, even just trying to get out of your division and get into that the grand finals is incredibly difficult. I've been there a few times myself, and it's definitely a test of mental fortitude.
That's a great way to put it.
Mental fortitude. There you go.
We had a missed 5-pin to knock him out 2 rounds ago, and then we had
I missed 10 pin last
Steve
round.
Novak last round. Yep, and he had it locked up.
He
had
did.
It locked up through 9 frames.
Yep. Destiny was in his own hands. And, pressure does strange things to bowlers, Kendall.
So let's see. We don't have scores in front of us quite yet, but it looks like on 47-48 we have.
That's the middle pair.
I think that was Beatrice Marquez.
Yep, Beatrice.
Alana as well. So they're going to be facing off in our women's division.
That's right.
Then in front of us on our open division, we have Brian Bourget. And I'm just going to call him maybe Luckbox or what, I'm not sure. But he's fighting through. Steve Klimpkin, he's a hoffer for a reason, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of sticks around. He's been dead to rights the last 2 matches, and look at him here in the finals of the open division. So
Steve's one of those players, if you let him hang around, he will find a way to come through the door. And it's going to be all on Mr. Bourget to find a way to, he's been able to get out in front early in these matches and then maintain. But he's going to have to call on that one more time here, and we'll see what happens. But Steve has thrown a lot of big shots in his career. He's an incredibly talented player, and we'll see what happens. It's going to be a very good match. And so all the winners of these matches will go into the grand final. So this is a lot of money at stake here in these matches.
yeah, you're getting out of your division here. So this is where it is the nitty gritty of it all. It's getting exciting with.
And a missed 7-pin by Mr. Bourget. Now he is a two-hander that also he's electing for his strike ball. He's electing to throw a backup, left-handed backup, throwing a urethane ball of some sorts. But for spares, he's been using throwing right-handed. So an early opening for Steve Klimpkin as he goes 9 out. So who do we got on 45-46 there, Kendall?
Yeah, so looks like we've got Robert Groth from California, Hector Rodriguez from Mexico City, and then we have Sam Wadley.
Well, no, we're only going to have 2 bowlers on that pair. We got a Ron Sheet here. Jamie McWilliams, tournament director, he's right over here with us. We're going to get this straightened out. So it looks like in the women's division, Beatrice is getting 43 and Elena is getting 48. So Elena has a 5-pin advantage over Beatrice. So that's going to be the B letter bowler is going to be getting 5 more than the A letter bowler. That's what you got to know for everybody watching at home. And then we're still waiting. Here comes Jamie McWilliams.
Thank you, Jamie.
All right. What do we got there on 45-46?
So we got Hector Rodriguez from Mexico City, and we have Joseph Leon Guerrero.
Okay. What's the handicap situation?
We've got Hector at 16 pins, and then we have Joseph at 4.
So he's given 12.
Given 12.
Given 12. All right. Let's see if the Clomper can get out to an early lead here. Not quite. Light 8-pin.
Yes. This is the difference in the right-handers here, and this is such a unique reasoning of how Steve has gotten to this point, is the lanes have transitioned on the right side. A lot of players did start close to the gutter, and slowly as the lane has started to transition, we're seeing some pretty severe wet dry. And one thing wet dry does not like is a lot of hook and a lot of shape. And Steve Klimpkin's one of the best in the world at giving you the old piper, giving you down and at him. And there's a reason why he's here right now.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, especially with all the urethane going down the lane,
Right.
Kendall, I think there's, back ends are getting pretty wishy-washy. They're getting a little hit and miss. If it, the thing about urethane is if you don't get it to slow down closer to you, it doesn't have any chance at all. So you
Right.
really got to make sure you're trying to play more the front and the middle part of the lane. And then really that's what we use it for, getting it to control the back part of the lane. So, last match, Steve was dead to right through 5. He made a great adjustment, paralleled everything a little closer to him, more in the middle part of the lane, and just tried to kind of play the track. And it worked out very well for him.
A break by Brian there.
He's had a lot of good breaks today.
Yes. So you do ball rep the best bowlers in the world on the female and men's side. So if you're approaching a block like this and you're faced with this, what are you telling your players to do to prepare for this match? What balls, what part of the lane, what trick are they doing? How are you going to prepare them for a match like this in these conditions?
Well, you just got to look at what the pair or what each lane is going to give you. If urethane's the play, then it is. Then we're really making sure you control the front and the middle part of the lane, and you're in a place where you're going to hit the 1-3 every single time.
Right.
In these matches, you don't want to be giving pins away. You don't want to beat yourself. That's really what happens. And then I think the rest comes down to just being a really good match play bowler. Making a lot of great shots, really just focusing on your game, on your ball motion, on your mental process, and just reading the lanes and making good shots. And I wish there was like some magic answer I could give you, but there really isn't. It's really about being mentally strong, making good shots, making good choices, and being able to handle the gravity of the situation.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, if you get your mind out in front or you get your mind in the past behind you, it's incredibly hard to make a great shot when you need to. So you got to be very, very present with your mind, very, very still and very confident in what you're doing.
Is Memo Rosales in the finals? He unfortunately is not. He was eliminated, I think, a round ago, but he did have a great performance and bowled well.
Somebody is asking about Novak. Yeah, that's Novak from, I believe that is the right Novak, not the Detroit Novak,
yeah.
the Steve Novak from.
He's in Kentucky.
Kentucky, yeah, he's a Kentucky boy. Yeah.
Yep. So we've got on 45-46, Hector getting off to a quick start with a 3-bagger. Joseph struggling here a little bit, but again, we know you never know what can happen down the stretch.
Oh, sure. But he's already in a hole because now if he doesn't make this 4-9, he's going to be pacing 170, and Hector's already pacing 2-1, and Hector has a 12-pin advantage in the handicap there. So that's a pretty deep hole to be in through 4 frames. The women's match is a little interesting at this point, being that the gal, Elena, she's getting pins. She's only getting 5, but she hasn't filled a frame yet through 2. She needs to make this half bucket here. Her opponent 9-spare, 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 and that's a big double on 49.50 for the Clomper. Crafty Klompkin. Crafty Steve Klemkin. That's my nickname for Steve. Crafty veteran. Oh, that's a 4-bagger down there on the end.
Urethane, nice and firm, plenty of rev rate, kind of in that category of the super 2-handers, and making it work for him right now.
Oh, yeah.
Bourget's good.
I was going to say, is Bourget going to switch to right-handed? He's been going to the well of the backup. Well, that's a good shot. Yeah. Now let's see what he does on the left lane. And I'll tell you, as a left-hander here, because I've bowled plenty of times here, the left lanes always hook early and bail a little more.
Okay.
They hook early and then they want to bail a little bit. And I think that's why he went week 7 through the face. So what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to go right with his feet, right with his eyes, and he's going to have to bring his ball speed down just a touch and rotate it a little more if it's within his area of skill.
That's the question, right? There's someone who you don't do this every day. You don't work on throwing it back up.
Yeah.
So do you have those tricks? Do you have the repeatability of being able to throw a backup ball for $15,000? That's the question.
We're going to find out here.
Joseph with a flat 10 there, starting to look pretty grim for him, but
yep. I'm just telling you, and he's pointing over at the right lane. He goes, "Why isn't it coming back like it does on 50?" And I'm gonna tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I've bowled here so many times, and I always play the right lanes. At least, I would say at least two with my feet, and probably 1.5 with my eyes. More right than I play the right lanes, and that's just it. Always seems to be a trend here.
you couldn't be more spot on there. I found some success this year at USBC Nationals, and that was even on the right side. It was pretty common to experience that as well.
Yeah, and you guys, it was just flipped.
Right.
Because generally, if it's one way for our side, it's flipped on the right
Correct.
side. So your right lane tends to hook early and
Yes,
bail. Yes,
exactly.
Yep,
exactly what happened.
Yep.
But again, adds the elements of this tournament, being able to bowl in all these different pairs, and then how beautiful the pattern was selected. 40-foot, very manageable pattern, but difficulty to it too as well, and this adds to the difficulty of the pattern of the bowling
A
center.
lot of styles had a shot at it, which is great. That's what you're looking for. You want all styles to be in play there. Klempkin back to work on lane 50, and that's a 3-bagger, and he has put himself into a 30-pin lead in the early going.
So the question stands: is experience going to play a factor here for this match? Steve's been doing it for so long at every level. He's bowled high rollers, he's bowled eliminators, he's bowled for the cheese, man.
He's thrown a lot of big shots, but what Steve has just seen the picture so much better than Bourget right now, and I think Bourget, he's a very talented young player,
right.
But Steve is just seeing it better. And once again, I go back to my question: should Bourget have thrown a couple of right-handed shots?
Correct.
If I had the ability to throw both, I would still keep the possibility open, right? I guess I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. But, there is also that saying, you dance with the one that got you there, you don't dance at all. So it's very tough to be in his shoes. The old frozen rope for Klomper, that one was pulled into Clark County. That was pulled into Clark County over there. And that thing just laid there like a Persian rug, I tell you.
In the words of Blair and Kyle Troop, we have a 6-pack of chicken tendies on 45 and 46 for Hector. Trip to 610 for a 6-bagger.
Yeah, and he's barring Tanya Harding showing up, he's going to be moving on to the grand finals. So I like his chances.
And again, you got to remember that he still has those 16 pins as well. So
yeah, Bourget ripping 10 on the right lane, and it's so tough when you're just like, I can't see the picture. I got that one lane. Anything I've tried on it hasn't worked. I went half pocket. I went high, and then I bucketed. And then he loses his good lane on a bad hit. Yeah. And now he's down 40 with only 5 frames left.
This is where you can't press, and this is what we talked about a few times on the stream today. This is where
no, and I think that's just age right there. He's thinking so much about what he has to do to strike on the left lane, and it's just the wires just cross there. Yeah. And once again, he's given Klempkin 24 pins in makeables. Yeah. Here you go. Here, Steve, you know what? You need these 24 pins more than I do. And you can't do that against the Klomper. You can't.
He won't let up. He just gets better.
Oh, he's like a fine bottle of wine. He gets better with age.
This is where you just got to slow your brain down, slow your heart rate down, and just try to keep yourself in it. There you go.
There it is. Yeah. and I just think he's just so lost mentally now because he's just really grasping at a straw. He never threw any shots on the right hand side, so but just this happens to no fault of his own.
Correct.
This happens, and it'll be a great learning experience for him, and he'll come back better than ever. And he's a very talented young man, so good for him. He ran into a bowler who is not going to beat himself.
This is true. Yeah, I definitely think he's pleased with the amount of money he's going to win as well. This again, he's the round right before the final, so again, great bowling by him. I think he actually he shared a story with me. He came here and went to a wedding before, right after the qualifying. So only brought 2 balls with him because he was out here for a different reason. So to make it that far with 2 bowling balls is also quite impressive. But Anthony M, isn't this an amateur tournament for people who haven't bowled a PBA event? So funny you asked that. So this one is a unique one. This is why it's called the Las Vegas Open. So with this version of the TAT, we have a junior division and we also have a open division, which allows professional bowlers. So we saw bowlers the likes of Anthony Simonson, we saw Jacob Buttriff, we saw Nathan Boer earlier this week, earlier today. But it opens up to every type of bowler, and that's what makes this tournament so great around this time of year because it opens you up to any bowler type. Even someone like Matt McNeil can come out here and bowl this event.
I'm happily retired, my friend. But thank you very much.
Yes. So yes, this is a unique event, and big up to Jamie and his team. This is what we were talking about this all week. If you're mom, dad, son, daughter, and grandpa, you can all come out here and have a chance of $15,000. So.
And Clemken isn't a professional either. He
Correct.
is not a card holder.
Right.
So he is not a member of the of any professional organization, and he has every right to bowl as an amateur as the next person. So that's just one of the facets of how our sport works, and here we are.
So we've got Hector Rodriguez definitely gone up to a substantial lead on 45 and 46. Steve Klumpkin has a pretty big lead on 49 and 50. But we've got some action here on 47 48 with Alana and Beatrice. Again, only a 6-pin difference being in Alana's favor. So it was a pretty big spare in the 8th. Tough one. Plastic ball. Oh, and leaves the 8.
Tough to get that plastic ball to clip out the 8-pin there on the 2478, especially with a lower rev rate on this type of pattern. It can be very difficult.
Again, like you mentioned about Brian, Alana did the same thing. She had 2 missed makeables the first 2 frames and kind of gave her opponent a little bit of a jump start there, and she's been clean, and that's just the difference in the score so far. Yeah. So Beatrice can definitely pull away a little bit here and then hide with a strike. And then we'll get closer to locking up our finals for the day, our grand finals.
Yep, we'll be ready for the grand finals. And that's a very good break there.
Yes.
Beatrice going right through the face, but she's pacing 2-0 and and she's getting 6 pins, so she's really up. She's pacing 2-0. Her opponent's pacing 170. So she's up about 40 pins with the handicap.
Beatrice is giving 6, she doesn't have 6. Alana has the 6.
5 pins. Sorry, 5.
Pins.
Yeah,
5
so she's
pins.
given 5. So she's up 30 pins. So she needs to fill frames. And just as I say she needs to fill frames, she misses spare. Black cloud.
But it makes that match a little bit tighter now. Cracks the door open just a hair for Alana. She's going to need a little bit of help still, but the match is not over yet. And we've seen crazy things happen these last 2 rounds, I tell you what. It's been great to watch. So we see Steve being the Hall of Fame that he is. He knows he has a match locked up. What is he doing? Getting another ball, going to give it a look, just in case something else goes wrong the next match. Giving it another look. Oh, great shot by Alana. Flat 7 there. Run down the spare. Looks like Beatrice has quite the lead there. Hector has officially wrapped up.
Yep. So Hector's moving on.
Yep.
Barring a catastrophe.
Alana with the spare.
Beatrice is going to move on, and Klemkin has locked his spot up. So they will join the junior, and we will have our grand final.
The junior and the amateur as well.
Yes.
All 5.
Oh, yep, that's right. Yep. And it'll be interesting to see who's in that progressive pot, because there is a progressive pot.
You can win another $5,000 to $6,000.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, Greek Church
wraps it up.
That's a great tournament. Great tournament for that young lady.
Absolutely.
Great tournament for that one. Anytime you bowl for the winner of your division, that's a great tournament. Yep. Klomper's wrapping up. He's going to be in the 230s.
This is the question today. How did he do it?
Who?
How did Steve do it? He was dead to rights 2 matches in a row, and he wins.
I'm telling you, the great ones always stay around. They don't beat themselves. And if you let them hang around long enough, they will find a way to beat you. And just have the turn of events. George, leaves the 5-pin in the 11th. Novak just flags the 10-pin, and he's an experienced tournament player with a lot of talent. 9 times out of, I'd say 99 out of 100, he makes that spare. So it's just, it's one of those things. If you keep giving yourself a chance to step through the door more often than not, you're going to do it. So that match is over on 45-46, 254 to 196. Beatrice just wrapping this thing up. She has defeated her opponent, and Klomper ramping up with a fine 229.
Nice and tidy game by the Klomper.
Clean round for the Klomper.
Like you said, Brian is a fantastic talent. I mean, to be able to bowl at that level with kind of both directions, it's great. And like you said, I think he's going to learn a lot from this. This is going to be something he looks back at when he's in this position again, and it's going to be a better bowler from it. It's unfortunate to kind of run into the buzzsaw of SK, but
I don't know if 229 is a buzzsaw. I think it's more. I think Brian just kind of beat himself there a little bit. The 2 mental miscues on the single pins, and then I would say probably in practice he made the error of not giving the right hand side a shot, or not trying a resin ball. Now, granted, he's been pot committed to urethane, but you got 10 minutes and there's only 2 guys on the pair. If you get 3 minutes in and it's not looking, see, now here's the right hand, and that's 10 back. I just feel you got to give that a look, but it's easy for me to sit here in my street shoes and give this advice because I don't have my bowling shoes on.
Right.
So, take everything you take with a grain of salt. Great tournament for them, and
great
we're
tournament.
going to have the Grand Championships coming up here. It's going to be a really, really entertaining event, so stick around.
Yeah, stick around. We've got the Grand Finals coming up here in a moment. We will be live again. We will end this stream and then reconvene with you guys here in a bit. But thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back. Thank you, Matt, for joining us.